J'invite également ma chère Sophia, chef de Award African Union. J'ai l'insigne plaisir d'inviter aussi l'honorable commissaire à la Commission de l'Homme et du au podium. OK. Honorable commissaire général Ramatoula Salenge, vice-présidente de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Et j'invite Madame Faustina Oschenburg, directeur de la direction genre au gouvernement du Ghana. She's not here. Les collègues au cabinet d'interprétariat. Nos panélistes disent que l'interprétation n'arrive pas, s'il vous plaît. OK. Madame Faustina, donc. Oh, OK. I invite you to the podium, please. Good morning. En attendant que ce petit problème technique d'interprétation soit réglé. Honorable vice-présidente de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme, Madame Salenge, honorable vice-présidente de la Commission des droits de l'enfant, chers membres du Parlement africain, honorable commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme, commissaire Salma Sassi et commissaire Modenga, c'est avec plaisir que nous donnons le coup d'envoi de cet atelier continental sur le droit socio-économique des femmes, y compris les droits des femmes dans le milieu des industries extractives. Je saisis l'occasion aussi pour remercier nos partenaires de la GIZ et IPAS Africa. Et donc j'aurai le plaisir de modérer cette session qui sera consacrée au discours liminaire. Et sans trop tarder, j'invite M. Eric Moudenia de l'IPAS Alliance to... Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Vice Chair, Commissioner, Honorable Commissioner Ahmad Mzenga from the African Mission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Public of Ghana, representing the Gender Ministry, and also our partners from GIZ. Good morning. It's my pleasure to share this with you. You're able to hear me. If I do have a talent of shouting, so if the mic won't work, I'll still shout. So but for the purpose of interpretation, I hope it will work. Okay, perfect. So I make these opening remarks on behalf of IPAS and my regional director, Dr. Msoba Kitui, who was unable to join us today. We gather here for the next 2 days to have a common understanding, engage, learn, interact on how to advance gender equality and socio-economic justice. Mic testing, it's working. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'll start again. So I make these remarks on behalf of IPAS and my regional director, Dr. Msoba Kitui, who is unable to join us today. We gather here for the next 2 days to engage, learn, and act on advancing gender equality and socio-economic justice in a sector that for far too long has left out women on the margins. Economic. Extractive industries remain central to the global economies and in our day-to-day life. They power industries, innovation, and development. However, their relevance today is also tied to debates on sustainability, resource governance, and transition to greener and more renewable energies. Around the world, and especially in Africa, women continue to face systematic barriers to full participation in economic life. These barriers are more pronounced in the extractive industry, in sectors well known to us, such as mining, oil, and gas, where women's voices are unheard, their labor undervalued, and their rights overlooked. But beyond this marginalization, it's the issue of women's reproductive health, bodily autonomy, and environmental safety that are mostly compromised and do pose a great danger to our communities, which are left with polluted air, water, and soil, all of which have a profound implication on maternal health, fertility, child development, and intergenerational well-being. So as we gather here, we need to also recognize the role of women and girls that do play, being, one, the rights holders, and also as agents of change. We need the impact of this extractive industry. We need to strategize on how to promote women's socioeconomic rights and build a stronger policy and legal, including community frameworks that will protect women. So in achieving these goals, it's not a matter of justice, but it's also being sustainable, where women are respected, valued, and their voices are heard. It is important for us to the right to development justice and reproductive justice. These principles are relevant in today's evolving landscape and a quest for the new norm. Reproductive justice is not about access to healthcare only, while development justice is not about infrastructure and it is who bears this cost, who is included in decision making, who is excluded and silenced. So do these development models reflect, neglect the rights and dignity of women, especially women in the rural communities? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 2 days, I do encourage us to have an open, honest dialogue where we share good practices, we challenge assumptions, and most importantly, we find synergy and strength in working together. Our diversity should be our strength. Together, we need to reaffirm our commitment to a future where women's rights are not optional, but they are fundamental in every sector, every space, and every moment. Therefore, I thank you all, and I look forward to a productive workshop. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Eric, pour ce discours clair et structuré. Merci aussi pour votre engagement indéfectible auprès de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme pour la réussite de cet atelier. J'appelle à la barre, j'allais dire, Madame Sofia Galina, chef de projet Aware GZ, pour délivrer son discours.
Thanks. Just checking which one is better? This one. Yeah. So thank you all. It is my distinct honor to join you all for these next 2 days. I'm accompanied by my colleagues, Beza, Hiwot, and Rizan, who most of you know. And we're representing the GIZ African Union Aware project, a project on human rights and women's empowerment. The project is the fruit of a cooperation between the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and the African Union. And it reflects the shared commitment of both to advancing socio-economic rights for women and girls in Africa, founded in the feminist development policy on the German side and also reflected on the African Union side by all the policies and strategies that address women and women's equality and economic empowerment. First of all, allow me to stand on existing protocol. I'll let the previous speaker cover that for all of us, and to all the distinguished guests and colleagues and partners joining us here today. It's really inspiring to see the passionate, diverse voices that are gathered around this topic for a shared goal, which is to champion women's social and economic rights, especially within the challenging environment of the extractive industries. The ongoing leadership of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the vital support from all of you in this room and all the organizations that you represent and the communities that you represent is what drives meaningful collaborative action for advancing the rights of women on our continent. We've seen reports and analysis from years, but in particular over the last few weeks, we see UN Women just highlighted ongoing risks of poverty and exclusion for women unless we act decisively. The African Center for Economic Transformation based here in Ghana, they recently concluded a continent-wide report showing that closing the gender gaps in economic participation, especially in extractive industries, is key to building resilience and driving growth, and not just for women, but for the continent and consequently also for the world globally. This makes our conference not just timely, but essential for positioning African women, at the center of Africa's development and global progress. So the task is urgent. Persistent disparities, not just in health, but also education, employment, protection, demand solutions that are as bold as they are nuanced. The theme of this conference and the instrumental leadership of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights through the stewardship of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa ensures that our work remains anchored in the realities and aspirations of African women while drawing an international best practice. I hope we can allow our conversations over the next 2 days to spark innovative and practical action towards the advancement of the rights of women in Africa. May the partnership between all the attending organizations be a catalyst for genuine women's empowerment, inclusive development, and lasting progress. And just the last comment, I'd like to thank you again for allowing me this platform to speak to you and address you and to be part of this process, and also extending greetings from the director of the GIZ African Union office in Addis, Dr. Tobias Steele. And thank you all for being present, for bringing your energy and your vision to this gathering. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, chère Sophie, pour ces propos. Et à travers vous, un grand merci à la GIZ pour son soutien et pour son concours à la réussite de cet atelier. Donc, sans trop tarder, je vais demander au honorable commissaire de présenter son discours et présenter les objectifs de cet atelier, ainsi que son discours de bienvenue. Honorable commissaire Modenga, je vous invite à vous présenter.
Thank you, Director of Events. The Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Honorable Commissioners of the Commission present here, Atimpong, Director, the Republic of Ghana, Department of Gender, Dr. Brenda Akai, Vice Chairperson and Rapporteur of UN CEDAW, Ms. John Rin Kim, Regional Representative, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, representatives of here today, any head of projects aware, GIZ, Mr. Eric Hyper, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the African Human Rights, which are the community. Well, I think let me start afresh. I bring warm greetings from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which I will be referring to in these opening remarks as the Commission, and in particular from the chairperson of the Commission, Honorable Commissioner Remy Ngoyi Lumbu. I am delighted to be here in Accra, and it is indeed a great honor for me to address this forum for the Continental Workshop to promote the socio-economic rights of women, including in the context of extractive industries, in my capacity as the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and a member of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment, Human Rights Violations of the Commission. I am grateful for this opportunity to welcome you all to this important workshop. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you who have taken time away from your busy schedules and commitments to participate in this momentous workshop. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite comprising over half of Africa's population, women continue to face entrenched socio-economic inequalities driven by discriminatory gender norms, limited access to education, health and social protection, and exclusion from decision-making spaces. A key barrier to women's empowerment is the lack of access to sexual and reproductive health and rights, which fuels cycles of poverty, early pregnancies, and restricted employment opportunities. While the African Union has developed robust legal frameworks such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Protocol of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, popularly known as the Maputo Protocol, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Citizens to Social Protection and Social Security, popularly known as the Protocol on Social Protection, and the recently adopted Convention to End Violence Against Women and Girls. Their impact remains limited due to low ratification rates and weak implementation. This gap is especially stuck in the extractive industries where women face systemic exploitation, unsafe conditions, exclusion from compensation and governance mechanisms, and heightened vulnerability to environmental harms. Recognizing these intersecting challenges, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in collaboration with partners, namely GIZ and IPAS Africa Alliance, has convened this Continental Workshop aimed at promoting women's socio-economic rights. This workshop seeks to strengthen SRHR, education, health, and social protection, while advocating for the full implementation of AU instruments to advance gender equality and empower women across all sectors, particularly in extractive regions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the light of this, the objectives of this workshop are, in summary, as follows. Enhancing awareness and strengthening accountability among state parties, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders on women's rights to education, health, including reproductive health, social protection, and equitable participation in the extractive industry. The other one is reiterating state obligations under the African Charter, the Maputo Protocol, and the Protocol on Social Protection, especially in addressing gender disparities and ensuring reparative justice. The third one being exploring the importance of reproductive justice in achieving gender equality and how to address the specific challenges faced by women in extractive industries through capacity building for national actors, integration of gender transformative strategies in policymaking, and the establishment of a regional observatory to monitor compliance with gender-sensitive human rights standards under Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter. Furthermore, the expected outcomes of this workshop are as follows. One, increased awareness among stakeholders of women's socio-economic rights, including their rights in the extractive industries, as outlined in regional and international human rights instruments. Two, enhanced understanding of the challenges faced by women in accessing education, health, social protection, and equitable opportunities in the extractive industries. Three, a clear understanding of the intersectionality between gender equality, socio-economic inclusiveness, and reproductive justice. Four, strengthened capacity of states, NHRIs, and CSOs to develop and implement gender-responsive policies and programs. Five, adoption of concrete recommendations for addressing gender disparities in education, health, including reproductive health, social protection, and the extractive industries. Six, increased commitment by states to prioritize women's rights in national development agendas, including through legislative and policy reforms. Lastly, but not the least, seven, greater inclusion of women in decision-making processes related to extractive industries and socio-economic development. Therefore, I call upon all the relevant stakeholders present here today, experts in your various fields, to actively participate and share your insights. This is crucial for the advancement of human rights on the continent. human rights are a collective responsibility. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to commend the conveners of this workshop, that is the Commission, GIZ, IPAS, and urge everyone present to remain committed and dedicated to initiatives of developing effective, robust measures and strategies in promoting women's socio-economic rights in all respects. Let us all be advocates for the women on this continent, as they are the backbone of Africa's development, driving progress through their roles in education, healthcare, entrepreneurship, and community leadership. I wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you for lending me your ears.
Merci d'avoir background. Merci commissaire Mondinga d'avoir appelé. Sans trop tarder, je présidente de la présenter son discours de bienvenue aux participantes et participants à cet atelier.
Hello? Okay. Want to be sure that this mic is working. Is it this one? Can we choose one, please? So that this one is better. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. And you sure that this one will not break halfway through? Please, huh? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I will recognize now the Vice Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, my colleague and sister, Eva, and to thank you for your presence. I'll also recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner Watford Mandenga and other commissioners present in this gathering. And Ms. Faustina Achimpong, Republic of Ghana Gender Director, the Director, thank you very much for your presence. Member states here present, our founders, representatives from IPAS and GIZ, thank you very much for your presence here. Our partners and all protocols respectfully observed, but then I wouldn't do justice if I don't also recognize the presence of our colleague from the CEDAW Committee, the Vice Chairperson of the CEDAW Committee, Dr. Benda, for taking time to be here and all present. I can't name everyone, so I'll just borrow from Sophia by standing on existing protocols. It is indeed my distinguished honor and privilege as the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and in particular for the purpose of this gathering, as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, to offer opening remarks to this timely and crucial Continental Workshop on ECOSOC rights of women, particularly in the context of the extractive industry. This event is convened, as we've been told by the previous speakers, to advance the socio-economic rights of African women and to address the structural barriers that continue to hinder their full participation in the development of our continent. But most importantly, we must also underscore the fact that we are gathered here in recognition of a simple but urgent truth. That is that the extractive sector, while a driver of economic growth, has too often become a source of deep harm and structural injustice for women across our continent. But before proceeding into the details of my opening remarks, I would also like to take a moment to express our gratitude and commendation to a host government, Republic of Ghana, for its warm hospitality and leadership in convening this meeting and helping us at least convene in your beautiful country and in this coastal hotel of the La Palm. Thank you very much for allowing us to be in your country. Thank you. We also recognize and appreciate the active engagement of all member states, because the African Commission and the African Committee were put together by the member states. So when they take time and join us in our meetings, we have to recognize them and also thank them for their commitment to advancing the rights that remain vital to our collective progress. Special thanks go to our partners and funders, whose generous support and contribution have made this gathering possible and impactful. Your dedication continues to drive meaningful change for women across the continent. So IPAS, JZ, a big thank you to you. We are here because of you, because of the resources that we put at our disposal, and we're indeed very grateful for that. Thank you. Having said that, I now move on to my opening remarks. It is clear that socio-economic rights, encompassing, among other things, right to health, education, employment, housing, and social protection, are the foundation upon which women can build lives of dignity and opportunity. You cannot talk about economic and social rights without talking about the rights of women. Because in whatever dimension you look at it, we have this proverb saying that poverty has the face of the woman. And when we talk about economic rights, we're talking about women's rights within the context of poverty. What is clear that, as I've been told, that despite the robust legal frameworks for the promotion and protection of the rights of women, millions of women continue to face systemic barriers that deny them these fundamental entitlements. Limited access to education, unequal economic participation, and entrenched gender inequalities are not just statistics. They are daily realities of women across the continent. It is also worth noting that sexual and reproductive health rights are inseparable from these socio-economic rights. They ensure that women can make informed decisions about their bodies, family planning, and health without coercion or discrimination. Across the continent, the unmet need for family planning, limited access to reproductive health care, and exposure to gender-based violence remains profound challenges, particularly in rural and conflict-affected regions, and also in and around areas where you have extractive industries or extraction is taking place. Beyond that also, it is crucial to know that as we talk about socio-economic rights, our role as parents is also very crucial. And parenting with dignity requires economic stability. We cannot raise the next generation of Africans if we cannot parent with dignity. And socio-economic rights are very important in this respect. Therefore, reproductive justice includes the right to parent in safe, healthy environments, requires access to housing, healthcare, and employment. I don't want to repeat this. My colleague, Honorable Commissioner Mandenga, has highlighted the instruments that have been put in place. But what is clear that both the African Charter and the Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa and other instruments affirm the indivisibility and interdependence of all human rights, civil, political, economic, social, and cultural. So the realization of women's economic rights is not an option. It is a legal and moral obligation of all state parties. So we cannot focus on some rights and ignore others and hide behind the usual progressive realization of rights when it comes to economic rights. And then as a result, we deny women their life of dignity and the right to parent with dignity. In many contexts, the extractive industry in particular, since we're focusing attention on the extractive industry, this results in displacement and loss of land, often without free, prior, and informed consent, especially of women. Environmental degradation will directly impact women's access to water, food, and health. Heightened vulnerability to violence and exploitation, including sexual, gender-based violence, and interfering with sexual and reproductive health rights. And most important, exclusion from benefit sharing and decision making. Despite women bearing the brunt of the negative impacts, they do not share and benefit from what actually is generated from this. Large-scale projects bring an influx of male workers, and where governance structures are weak, women and girls are left vulnerable. The surge of transient workers disrupts communities, leading to increased rate of sexual violence, exploitation, and the spread of sexually transmitted diseases. This, coupled with environmental degradation, as we talked about, affects the clean water and health care, and severely undermines sexual and reproductive health rights, especially for women and marginalized groups. These realities, ladies and gentlemen, demands more than acknowledgement. It's not just enough to acknowledge them. They demand a coordinated and rights-based response that places women at the center of law, policy, and practice. They also highlight that development that comes at the expense of women's rights is not true development. However, it's not all gloom and doom. There's also opportunity. If we harness responsibly, Africa's natural wealth could serve as a catalyst for gender equality and socio-economic transformation and sustainable development, as enshrined in Articles 21, 22, and 22 of the African Charter, and Articles 18 and 19 of the Maputo Protocol. This requires deliberate policies to ensure women's participation in resource governance, targeted investment in health and education in mining-affected communities, and the protection of women from violence and exploitation linked to extractive activities. But what is clear, that despite the transformative legal framework, the potential of these instruments is undermined by implementation gaps, particularly due to non-ratification and weak institutional and enforcement mechanism. Most importantly, the failure to prioritize expenditure often results in underfunded public services, directly compromising the implementation of women's economic rights in direct contravention of Article 26.2 of the Maputo Protocol. We call state parties to undertake all measures necessary, and in particular, the provision of budgetary and other measures for the full and effective implementation of the rights recognized in the protocol. So the rights are provided for in the protocol, but the resources are not put at the disposal of women to ensure that the rights are fully enjoyed. And in this same vein, I will again make my usual call and highlight that we need to have the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol, its implementation, determination and implementation. Today, I will not talk about the Maputo Protocol without also recognizing that we have a new instrument that also has come to alleviate the suffering of women in terms of violence against women. That is the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which at the moment has been signed by 6 member states. And it's important that as we have member states here present, we have more member states sign this convention and ratify the convention and ensure that it enters into force so that it reflects the lived realities of the African women. Even in states where these instruments are ratified, I think we must also know that challenges still persist. The lack of an intersectional approach in policy and programming often fails to address the compounded barriers faced by marginalized women, including women in all contexts, women with disabilities, young women, and those working in extractive industries. I'm looking at our sister, and at this juncture, I make a fervent apology. I've heard about your challenges and what happened. We apologize, and we're sorry, and we'll do better, hopefully, next time. But I will engage with you constructively. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about. But we value your presence and your participation. And I'm glad that you were able to accommodate and be reasonable and be here with us. I think a round of applause for our sister in the chair. Thank you very much. Yeah. This workshop serves as a critical platform to consider our shared vision for women's rights in Africa. It is convened not only to listen to the lived experiences of women, but also to build concrete strategies to ensure the full and effective realization of the economic, social, and cultural rights of women Together, we should aim to deepen understanding of the intersection between women's rights and the extractive industries. We should examine state obligation on the regional and international human rights instrument, strengthen accountability systems to ensure that the corporate and state actors uphold women's rights, support grassroots voices, particularly women human rights defenders who face increasing risk for speaking out. Just for speaking out, we're subjected to risk. I think this is very important. After reflecting on the progress and challenges before us, it is clear that our collective task is not only simple to analyze, but to act. So we need to move along with, as I said, with ratification, implementation, domestication implementation. But one thing we have to make very clear, I want to reiterate, is that development that undermines the rights and dignity of women is not development, it is exploitation. Whatever form of development you have, if it undermines the rights of women, it is exploitation. So as Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women, I wish to reaffirm my commitment to working in partnership with states, civil society communities, and our development partners to monitor and report on violation of women's economic rights, advocate for stronger protection and remedies for women in extractive industries, ensure implementation of the Maputo Protocol in a way that speaks to the current economic and environmental realities faces African women, and continue to advocate for the entry into force of the AA Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. As I conclude my remarks, I wish to reiterate my firm belief that our time together will provide a valuable opportunity to reflect, to learn, and to build consensus on some of the most pressing issues affecting women in Africa. Let us ensure that the outcome of this workshop are not only theoretical, but transformational, leading to policy reform, institutional accountability, and most importantly, justice for the women who continue to carry the burden of extractive economics without enjoying the benefits. I look forward to our collective reflection, and I'm confident that this gathering will mark a significant step forward in our shared struggle for gender equality, social justice, and most importantly, human dignity. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Merci infiniment, Madame la Vice-Présidente, pour ce discours fort, inspirant et plein d'enseignements. Je me joins à vous et je salue la présence parmi nous de Madame Faustine Eshpo. Et à travers elle, je présente mes remerciements au gouvernement du Ghana pour son hospitalité et je vous invite à prendre la parole.
Chairperson, the Honorable Commissioner, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Madam Vice Chair, and staff of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, representatives of the African Union member states here in Ghana, representatives from the development partners, especially GIZ and IPAS, academia, researchers gathered here, representatives from the extractive industries, representatives from the civil society organizations and non-governmental organizations, esteemed media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. Good morning. I bring you warm greetings from the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Dr. Agnes Namumulati, who could not attend this all-important event due to her engagement in another equally important national assignment. She has asked me to send her sincere apologies to you and read this statement. Therefore, on behalf of the Honorable Minister, I read the statement. I deem it an honor to be invited to give the opening statement and also take part in this laudable Continental Workshop, which seeks to promote the socio-economic rights of women, as well as recognize their hard work and contribution of women in the extractive industries toward the development of member states of the African Union and beyond. Chairperson, any effort that has to do with empowering, promoting, and protecting the rights of women, appreciating their immense contributions, it's very important to this very government and my own self, and as an individual, and I must commend the leadership and organizers of this Continental Workshop, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, for their continuous commitment in appreciating the importance of women in diverse ways of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in most African countries, women happen to be more than half of the population, and Ghana is not an exception. However, women are socio-economically often left behind due to barriers such as illiteracy, harmful cultural practices, among others. The barriers that beset women can only be removed when we create a uniform front for women to speak up. This demands concerted efforts that all women, especially those in leadership positions, to be the voice of the voiceless, mentor and create opportunities for underprivileged women and girls. It is also important for us as member states of the African Union to engage men to build more male champions to advocate for the empowerment of women and girls to promote their effective living conditions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as a government machinery, has a mandate to effectively ensure equal and active representation of women in the decision-making process, and also to facilitate the mainstreaming of gender concerns into national growth. It is in fulfillment of this mandate that the ministry, through the Parliament of Ghana, spearheaded the passage of the affirmative action called the Gender Equity Act 2024 at 1121 in July 2024. It is important to note that this act aims to increase women's representatives and active participation in decision-making at all levels to advance change and create a stronger action in promoting gender equality and women's empowerment across the country. Additionally, the ministry has taken steps to review and update the National Gender Policy 2025 to 2034 to create equal opportunities for all by mainstreaming gender equality and women and girls empowerment concerns into the national development process. Equally, as a country, our main focus is on women's economic empowerment programs, such as the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, called LIB, the Ghana School Feeding Program, and the Microfinance and Small Loan Centers, support for women entrepreneurs. These social protection interventions are rigorously being implemented to improve their lives as well as open opportunities for women and girls across communities. As part of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahamat's resetting agenda, plans are far underway to establish a women's development bank that will expand financial inclusion, provide affordable credits, and strengthen economic independence for women, particularly those in underserved areas. Ladies and gentlemen, our presence here is a testimony to the fact that achieving gender equality in the extractive sector of the economy remains a shared goal and a priority by all. Therefore, as we have gathered here for this 2 days workshop, it is paramount we put forth to innovations and campaigns that will strategically position us as women to meaningfully contribute to the provision of reliable and renewable energy, as well as advanced practices in the mining sector. In doing this, ladies and gentlemen, our main focus should be on our rural women who are at the disadvantage of climate change due to their overdependence and use of unsustainable and non-renewable energy. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, as leaders and achievers, let us continue to commit to creating spaces where women's leadership is nurtured and celebrated, where their voices influence policies, and where their innovations drive transformation. Again, we should let this workshop be a reawakening call that everybody matters in Africans' development agenda to ensure that no one is left behind because of one's biological makeup or being a female or a male. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for their commitment to this very cause. Your collaboration and dedication are instrumental in driving the gender equality agenda forward. We do value as a country, we do value your time with us in Ghana. We therefore ask that you explore our beautiful city and enjoy our local Ghanaian dishes and our hospitality. On this note, I wish us all a fruitful deliberation, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Merci infiniment à tous les panélistes pour leurs contributions exceptionnelles et pour la qualité de leur discours. Avant de passer à la prochaine session, mes amis, mes collègues à l'organisation, nous avons un petit changement dans le programme. Donc on va prendre la grande photo de famille et puis donc on va à la pause café et puis donc on enchaînera avec la deuxième session qui sera modérée par l'honorable commissaire Modenga. Merci, je vous invite tout le monde à se joindre à nous pour la merci.
to the front. Please.
If you're tall enough, you could just stand behind here. Yeah. Some people can come on the stage. Thank you. So I think you're tall enough. Maybe go down there. Yeah. Sir, please come up. Okay, you want to stand there? Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, please. Yeah, come up. Let's not. Tolu, can you see me here? Can you see me here? I want them to bend. You get, so that you have everybody. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Let's just come in. Good. Yes. Perfect. Can you get everybody to this point? I think you can stand there. Please. Do you have everybody on that end? Hello, ma'am. I think you should go up. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is your last guy? Okay. Okay. So the photographer can't see anyone from this end. So if you are here, he can't see you. So I think you should go up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are okay. Good. You're fine. Can. Okay. I literally can't see you. What do you have now? Yes, ma'am. No, you're gonna get the picture. You're gonna get it. Trust me. What do you have now? Okay. No. I think you can come out. I think you can. I can have some people on this line. You are okay. Come out, ma'am. Please come. Please. Yes. Come. Yeah. Like that. Yes. Over there. Yes. Good. Huh? You said what's going on here? You can't see people on this end? Okay, so come close. Come close. How about now? Can you see me? Okay. Let me see if I can see her. Could you come squat here? Can you squat? Like, just. When he's ready, he could just tell you that you can just quickly squat. Yeah. Good. Perfect. Squat. Big smiles, everyone. So after the photograph, we're going to go out for a break, and we'll be back here in the hall in 20 minutes. By 11 o'clock to be precise. Okay, let's take one more shot. Oh! Yeah, you could come. Just come to the front. Yes, it's fine. The squad crew. All right. While you all are laughing, just look through the camera and laugh. Okay. All right. Good? Thank you. So we break for tea now, just outside the hall. And by 11, we are all back into the hall. Thank you. Hello, track 2.
Culture of UNCDL, Mrs. Matilda Lasiko from the Center of Human Rights, and Mr. Peter Majidi, Republic of South Africa. Thank you to join the podium. Thank you. Commissioner, over to you.
Good morning. I'm sure we are ready to proceed with the second section of this Continental Workshop. This section we are going to be dealing with reaffirming commitments, that is with respect to international and regional frameworks for women's socio-economic rights. As you are aware, we have regional and international instruments, and I have a distinguished panel of experts that are going to help us discuss this particular important topic. We are going to deal with reflections, that is, in this respect, we are going to deal with the international normative and policy frameworks on the social and economic rights of women. And to help us go through that important topic, we have Dr. Brenda Akia, who, as you have heard, is the Vice Chairperson and the Rapporteur of the UN CEDAW. Then we are also going to have an opportunity to talk about the regional normative and policy frameworks on the social and economic rights of women. And we have a distinct privilege of having Ms. Matilda Lasiko from the Center of Human Rights, who's going to lead us in that discussion. And lastly, but not the least, we are going to have a discussion on the experiences from South Africa on the promotion and protection of women's social and economic rights. And Mr. Peter Mulisi Magidi will lead us in that particular discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, can you please help me welcome our distinguished panelists to this important session. We will begin with the first part of our discussion. In this regard, I would like to call upon Dr. Akia to give us her reflections on this important topic. Dr. Akia.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I hope I'm audible. No? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this conversation. Thank you, Commissioner. My conversation will be based on, of course, I'll talk about the legal aspects internationally, given that I'm from the CEDAW, but I'll also focus on the reality, the take homes that I have seen that I hope that we can be able to discuss. And at the end of the conversation, maybe at the end of this conversation, we can have take homes. So I'll share my experience experience. So I'll start with distinguished commissioners on the African Commission. I know I have 15 minutes, Commissioner. Distinguished commissioners on the African Commission of People and Human Rights, Ms. Faustina from the Republic of Ghana, and all of you, the distinguished participants in this forum. First, because of the hard work that involves, I'd like to thank the organizers for this conversation. I'd also like to thank Rizan specifically for inviting me and finding me a fit person to come and be part of this conversation. As we begin this conversation, my colleagues from the CEDAW committee do send all their warm regards and welcome the opportunity to be part of this workshop. And one thing that we can all agree on, I believe why this conversation is important, is the world is literally on fire. I love to say that it is on fire, but this conversation is timely because we need to find a way to make that fire go off. We're witnessing lots of right-wing backlash on women and girls' rights. And as that Gen Z say, we are cooked. If we don't take action, we are cooked. Because women and girls' rights are clearly on the edge of being phased out. But I think the hope is that we have international and regional instruments that have stood the test of time and means that offers us a lot of hope. They have gone through wars, they've gone through Cold Wars, they've gone through battles, but they remain standing. And we women and girls of the continent and of the world can use these legal and international and regional frameworks to push against this backlash and keep standing. So as mentioned, I am on the UN CEDAW committee that is based in Geneva. And the committee, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the CEDAW committee, but we are responsible for holding 189 member states accountable for how they promote women and girls' rights. So that is 189. The UN has 192 member states, meaning the UN CEDAW Convention is almost universally ratified, which gives us women and girls from Africa the power to push for holding our governments accountable. Only 2 countries in Africa have not ratified the CEDAW Convention. That's, who can guess? So it's Sudan and Somalia. Only 2 have not ratified. Another thing the UN CEDAW committee does is we develop international women's rights jurisprudence, including through our general recommendations, our constructive dialogues with member states, and also our concluding recommendations. All of us who work on women and girls' rights, I believe, have one time referred to the CEDAW general recommendations or the concluding observations. Those are very critical components of your work that you can use to hold your governments accountable. Then the CEDAW committee also partners and collaborates with individuals, national human rights institutions, civil society, private sector, UN agencies to advance women and girls' rights and gender and substantive equality. And then what is critical with the CEDAW committee, like Commissioner Janet mentioned about intersectionality, the CEDAW committee and the CEDAW convention are very critical in holding governments to account in ensuring that they address all possible intersecting factors of discrimination on all women and girls, including those that belong to disadvantaged groups, such as women and girls with disabilities, refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, migrants in all times of peace, conflict, post-conflict, and in humanitarian situations. So the CEDAW committee is a very important aspect of the daily lives of women and girls. The CEDAW convention is a tool that is used to bring change in women and girls' rights. And at this juncture, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Catherine and Rin from the UN Human Rights Secretariat that work hard to support the work of the different treaty bodies. We do talk about, we are here because of social and economic rights. And I'd like to say that the CEDAW Convention is very express in mentioning that all member states should ensure that they promote the social, cultural, economic, political rights of all women and girls on the same basis as women and as men and boys. the CEDAW Convention and our jurisprudence, this is what social and economic rights entail. Very many, I won't mention all of them, but one is the right to food, health, education, training opportunities for employment, electricity, appropriate technology, economic empowerment, social security, housing, sanitation, water supply, transport, communications, and the equal and meaningful participation of women and girls on equal terms with men in all decision-making, including in natural resource management and extractive industries, and protection from different forms of violence. So one, the CEDAW Convention is very clear. It puts obligations on state parties to ensure the equal rights of men and women to enjoy all economic, social, cultural, human rights. And then two, it provides that discrimination against women and girls violates the principle of equality and hampers the growth and prosperity of the society and the family, and makes it difficult to achieve full development. But now something that we all know what the Maputo provides, as Commissioner Janet mentioned, and what the CEDAW provides. Now I want to go to the reality on ground. Based on the fact that, based on the work on the CEDAW committee, I mentioned they do have a 360 view of 189 countries. And in that regard, there are 52 African countries that are parties to the CEDAW Convention. And because I'm the vice chair and the rapporteur of the committee, I also stand as the chair of the Africa group. What does this mean? It means that as we on the committee, we should ensure as Africa group that the voices and lived realities of women and girls from Africa are reflected in forming part of the international jurisprudence on women and girls' rights. And then we also ensure that state parties in Africa should take all measures, including temporary special measures, to get women on equal footing with men and girls. But what is the reality on the ground? And I will give this based on the analysis that I've observed. Feel free to add yours because we can't finish the discussion, but I think one of the things that I have seen that hampers the growth, the social and economic full enjoyment of women and girls' rights, based on what I have seen and the reflection of 52 countries, is one. I know I always talk about this, so if you're tired of hearing it from me, please bear with me because it is one of the biggest issues that faces the continent, and I'll give you statistics. The first one is the lack of access to electricity. Reliable and adequate electricity. When you look at the African Development Bank, it provides that Africa has the lowest rate of access to electricity, with just over 40%. That means over 640 million of Africans have no access to energy. When you compare to the EU, the European Union, 100% of the electricity access is 100%. So we're talking about social and economic rights. We're talking about health. We're talking about education. We're talking about security. We're talking about extractive industry, production. How are we talking about technology? How are we talking about getting to that level when we don't have access to electricity? When more than half of us cannot access electricity? How are you promoting social and economic rights for women and girls when you don't have access to electricity? So when you look at most of Africa, as given by the statistics, that only about 40%, this becomes a very important conversation. I know GIZ is very good with funding electricity access, renewable energy, but this is a conversation that we need to discuss. How can we increase the access and supply of electricity to every single year from using firewood? Would anyone know? Take a wild guess. About 600,000 deaths every year. Yes, close, yes. 600, 700, so not so far, yeah. So you imagine what that means. Every single year we are losing those lives because we don't have electricity and we don't have. So I feel like for social and economic rights, we need to look at the angle of electricity. Then two, the aspect of technology, because if you don't have electricity, how are you? We are talking about AI, we are talking about advancements in technology, but the gender gaps in digital gender gaps are still very wide in Africa. Just to show you the reflection, in 2024, the ITU gave data to say 31% of African women, 31% of African women compared to 43% of African men used the internet in 2023. Can you imagine the comparison with European countries? In the EU, 90% of women and 92% of men use the internet. Look at that comparison. In Africa, it's even less, not even half, 31% of women and girls. How are we talking about social and economic rights of women if less than half of the population have no access to internet or have no access to technology? And what does that mean? It means there's going to be also, we can't be talking about AI, artificial intelligence, because there's no one to code. African women won't have the opportunity to participate in STEM, they won't have the opportunity to code, they won't have the opportunity, meaning there's going to be additional bias and discrimination against women, also on AI. So on top of humans discriminating against women and girls, now also technology and artificial intelligence is going to come in to discriminate us, women and girls. So meaning we're not going to win either way. So what does that mean? We need to have a serious conversation on how we can advance technology and reduce the digital divide. I just want to give just some statistics that shows in regards to STEM. When you look, UNESCO 2025 data shows that women make up only 35% of STEM globally and only 26% of the workforce in data and artificial intelligence. Gen Z say we are cooked. That is what it is. If we do not step up to advance technology, increase electricity access, social and economic rights for women and girls will not become a reality, especially for us in Africa. Then something that we've observed in the committee based on the 360 angle we have on countries in relation that hampers social and economic rights is the aspect of the high rates of economic and financial crimes, including illicit financial flows, which involves tax evasion, money laundering, trade laundering. We have corruption, we have illicit exploitation of mineral resources. This is extractive industries. When we look at how many companies are operating in Africa, but keep declaring losses and not using that money to develop our regions. I can't mention countries, but I'm sure all of us are aware of many countries where there's illicit mineral exploitation. There's a lot of tax evasion. But most of that money lost in money laundering, trade laundering, tax evasion is being lost, and yet that money could be used in Africa or within countries to do what? To help with advancing infrastructure, to promote social and economic rights, used to improving production for extractive minerals, ensuring that women and girls who work in these extractive industries have their rights fully respected. So a conversation that we need, I'll give you data. In 2022, it is estimated that low and middle income countries pay $443.5 billion towards, Africa loses about $88.6 annually to illicit financial flows. And it's worse because things are not changing, because the data shows that from the 1980s until about 2018, Sub-Saharan Africa lost $1.3 trillion. You imagine that amount of money that we have been losing since 1980 to date. How much of that will we be using to finance social and economic rights for women and girls in Africa? Think about that. And I'm saying this because I'm just giving observations from the CEDAW committee, from what we see. So, and I hope it can set serious conversations for us going forward. Then, of course, in relation to illicit financial flows, there's the aspect of debt financing. That is a huge problem. Africa keeps losing money to debt financing. All this money lost, that means we don't have money to finance social and economic rights of women and girls in Africa. When you look, so Africa spends more money on paying high interest rates on loans gotten from the IMF or developed countries than on health and education, hospitals. Imagine that. In 2022, it's estimated that low and middle income countries pay US dollars of $443.5 billion towards debt service. That is paying the principal of the debt and the interest. So you imagine. So lastly, of course, the liquidity crisis. Then also we have at the UN right now there is a financial crisis that's facing the implementation of women's social and economic rights. So that is a big problem we're witnessing in the CEDAW committee because it's also impacting us and our work. So how can we from African countries be able to look at the financial crisis and find ways to get finances to fund the different aspects of social and economic rights? So of course, when it also comes to institutional challenges, because the CEDAW committee is based in Geneva, most African countries can't afford to go to Geneva. Geneva is very expensive. And then when you look at visa costs and all that, even sometimes you can't get a visa. And then they've also reduced our work. We can't use Zoom, we can't use online services to speak to people who work on social and economic rights in Africa. So how are we then going to have African voices reflected on international jurisprudence if even from the very beginning we cannot participate in this? So these are conversations that we need, and of course recommendations, electricity, yeah. But importantly, I know I was talking about the regional, we have the core instruments, which are the Convention on Economic and Social Cultural Rights, of course the CEDAW, of course the UNDHR, those ones we know, but I wanted to use this opportunity to really highlight the issues that we see that impact women and girls in Africa's enjoyment of social and economic rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Atia. Those were reflections on international normative and the policy frameworks on social and economic rights of women. In order not to break the tempo, I now want Ms. Matilda Foco to give us some perspectives regarding the regional normative and policy frameworks on the social and economic rights of women. Matilda?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to stand on existing protocols given the individuals that I'm on this panel with and those in the room. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for having the Center for Human Rights here. The tricky thing about asking teachers to come to a conference is they have an inclination to want to teach. And I've been asked to speak about the African normative framework. And I think as Vice Chair has mentioned, most of the context in terms of the norms, the documents, we are well aware of. So perhaps I'll just spend about 5 minutes or less just highlighting on my slides what exists and the robustness of it. That is for me what I would like to come out of that session. Next slide, Rosie, please. And really the session would look at what the hard laws are that are under treaty laws, the soft laws, and then speak about the aspect of state accountability. How do we address violations where they occur? Because it would take so much effort to provide for these rights within our normative framework, then it's a matter of implementation. So if I take the cue from Vice Chair's presentation, and she's citing all these various ways in which women's rights are not being met within our context, where do we take that? How do we deal with it? And on what basis can we demand from our governments that these needs are met based on the human rights framework? Next slide, Moses. So on this slide, I captured the hard laws, which are the treaties, which our governments have voluntarily, and I'd like to emphasize on voluntarily signed onto and ratified, them are already, all of those that are on this slide are already in play and therefore enforceable against our member states, and therefore our mechanisms, the African Commission, the African Children's Charter, have got the mandate to enforce and make sure that our member states are actually meeting the obligations in these instruments. The title of this slide you see is Indivisible, Interdependent, and Universal. That for me is perhaps the theme of this presentation, because much socio-economic rights that are protected within our African human rights system are contained in a plethora of instruments. The way that African women experience violations don't fit squarely in any particular treaty. And so the aspect that we like to advocate for in this regard is when you think about the particular issue that you want to address, not to confine yourself to Article X of African Charter, Article Y of Maputo Protocol, the CEDAW Committee, but approach the particular issue that is dealt with, understanding that the basis of this protection is to ensure the protection of women and girls in the context in which they operate. So not to limit yourself by how it is worded in a treaty, but unpacking what aspects of that violation can fall into the variety of treaty documents that we have. So you will see there that the intersectional aspect comes because there's special protection in our system for particular groups of women, women with disabilities, older women. Older women are particularly excluded from protections on socio-economic rights. There's enough studies on that. So just to highlight that on the treaties. Then there's the soft laws that our mechanisms have taken the time with the support of civil society in various regards to develop tools for interpreting what the content of these treaty provisions are. On this slide, I highlight some key ones that relate to socio-economic rights of women. There's the Declaration on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in Africa, which has a key element on non-discrimination, particularly non-discrimination against women. We have guidelines and principles on economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. Which has a common African understanding, interpretation of what family means in our context. And it's a very plural type of interpretation of family and therefore family values. I put other under other because it's soft law, but it's more of, on the previous slide, I know Musu has moved on, it's the African Commission took the time to specifically develop guidelines for member states on reporting on economic, cultural, and social rights. The reporting mechanism is a process by which our African Commission and the Children's Committee use to ensure compliance with their treaty obligations. And in this way, once your member states has incurred the obligation to implement the treaty, periodically they must return and say, what have they done? And when those issues, the statistics that are coming up from Vice Chair's presentation on our reflections, those are aspects that then come before the panel of experts as the Commission or as the committee, and they are questioned on why that reality is not reflecting what their treaty obligations are. So to emphasize the importance that the Commission has put to socio-economic rights, they undertook to clarify to member states exactly what their treaty obligation is under ECOSOC rights, and that's contained in the Tunis guidelines. And cultural rights as a separate theme, the rights relating to peace and armed conflict issues, and the special protection of women. But why I had to put this up is that much as there's that sub-paragraph on the specific theme of socio-economic rights, what I wanted you to realize is, in fact, under each theme, under each heading of every other theme, there's aspects of socio-economic rights. And so in the approach that we need to be taking in advocating or enforcing and engaging with our member states on their obligations under the treaty, it's important for us to just take that step back and realize that this is generally the approach that our system is taking to economic, social, and cultural rights. Next slide, please, Mosu. So to illustrate this, I wanted us to zero in particularly on Article 18.1 and 2 of the African Charter. In the guidelines issued by the Commission on Economic and Cultural Rights, it has elaborated that the right to family under 18 is one of the core rights that we group as economic, social, and cultural rights. But for me, in reflecting on how I engage with women on the continent in the various ways that the center does its projects, it's that majority of the violations that are arising that we term as economic, social, and cultural rights violations are located within the spheres of the family, tradition, and culture, aspects around that. And so much as the African Charter as a treaty normative document requires member states to ensure the protection of women's rights within that family context, I thought it was important for us to reflect on now this totality of how the African human rights system approaches economic, social, and cultural rights. So just as a standalone legal provision, that's what it looks like. The African Commission then went ahead in the guidelines to elaborate to member states what their minimum core obligations are. So they can't say we don't know what is required of us, right? So if you say to a member state, no, I have a right to be protected within the family, and then they'll say, oh no, but what does that mean? It means our African family values. And you say, yes, but I'll tell you what that means, because it's contained in our normative framework. And this is what you tell them. Next slide, Mosu. So within the guidelines, the Commission has elaborated on the minimum core obligation on a member state, and is to guarantee in law and practice the rights of all persons to enter into marriage with the full and free personal consent, abolish customs, customary laws and practices as may affect their freedom of choice, and ensure no marriage of girls under 18. Okay? Now, it's gone further to establish that in interpreting this normative framework, there's a presumption against regressive measures. It's part of our normative framework. It was developed through our African human rights system. So, if there's a presumption of regression, if a socio-economic right is now being taken away, reduced, or no longer available to the extent that it was before, when the African Commission or the Committee or the Court is calling the member state to account, already we must be aware that we have this tool of saying, you are already on the defensive. Because the African Commission has said there's a presumption that where the measures are regressive, it's a violation of human rights. Therefore, we don't, prima facie, there's a case of violation. It's part of our system. And so then, next slide, Mosu. Yeah, and then here, just to make the point on the extent to which, when you start the conversation and you say, member state, I'm talking to you about Article 18 and the protection of the family. And they say, yeah, well, that's just all it is. We have an obligation to protect the family. But what we are saying is that because of the totality within which our system unpacks what women's rights are, the idea of intersectionality, the idea that human rights are interdependent, right? We find a conversation about Article 18 in a variety of other articles, and I just wanted to elaborate this on this table. And the first column shows what the elements, specific elements that the Commission says are components of Article 18. So when you expound the right to protection of the family, for the African human rights system, we are talking about non-discrimination. We are talking about ability to pass nationality, hold nationality. We are talking about rights in divorce, property aspects, right? Separation, divorce, even just access to justice in that regard. We are talking about work, choose a profession, occupation. We are talking about maternity leave, equal pay, addressing the pay gap, addressing even the digital gap, digital divide. 2 minutes, my last slide. And I think my point there has been made in the sense that wherever we are looking at any particular provision in our African human rights system speaking to economic, social, and cultural rights, we must not lock ourselves in that particular article. And I think that I will end there and obey instructions, which, yeah.
Thank you very much, Matilda. That was the regional normative framework which she has talked about. And in order to zero in on some countries' perspectives, it is now an opportunity for me to call upon Mr. Mugidi to give us some experiences from South Africa on the promotion and protection of women's rights, that is with respect to social and economic rights. Mr. Mugidi.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And we also stand on the protocol that have been established already, and I do so thanking my fellow panelists who have really laid down this morning. South Africa, of international instruments that have been alluded to, fellow panelists, starting from CEDAW. We are also part of CEDAW, and also some of the thank you very much. I hope this one will do justice to me now. Yes, I was still saying that I want to also thank my fellow panelists for laying a good foundation, but also indicating that as we share our country experiences, allow me just to indicate that South Africa also is part of the international legal instruments that have been alluded to here by our fellow panelists, starting from CEDAW, but also some of the continental treaties or instruments that my fellow panelists have alluded to. This includes, not limited to, Maputo Protocol, the African Charter, just to name a few. But also, I thought I should just mention the one that I know is not really into force now, the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which has been adopted by the heads of state in February this year. I think that's the one that we are also, as a country, working towards ratifying the instrument. Which also I'm aware that the members are also encouraged to ratify the instrument. But also when it comes to the region, the work that we do, or the experiences that we do, is also guided by the instruments that are there in the region. For example, the issue of the SADC protocol on gender and development. That's the one that talks about the issues of providing the empowerment of women to eliminate discrimination and to achieve gender equality, but also equality through the development and the implementation of gender-responsive legislation. So those are some of the frameworks within the region that guide our experiences as the country. But of course, our experiences in advancing women's social and economic rights is grounded in our constitution, which enriches equality, dignity, and also non-discrimination. Having said this, just to also indicate that over the past 3 decades, our country has adopted progressive national frameworks and has ratified the key regional and international instruments, which of course are aimed at transforming the lives of women and girls. Just to give a typical example is the issue of the regional multi-dimensional women's economic empowerment program, which this is a presidential women economic empowerment program that stands as a beacon of hope in the fight against GBVF in South Africa. It is also an initiative rooted within the National Strategic Plan on GBVF under Pillar 5 of Economic Power. This program endures to dismantle economic barriers that are faced by women, ultimately reducing their dependency on intimate partners and mitigating the risk of gender-based violence and femicide. The program provides capacity building and training to emerging women entrepreneurs to access information on 40% public procurement opportunity. Yes, yes. I'll slow down, but also bear in mind the time. I was trying to to maximize on the time. I was just also saying that the program, this program provides capacity building and training to emerging women entrepreneurs to access information on 40% public procurement opportunities through strengthening business compliance and ensuring readiness to do business with both public and private sector. It is a multi-sectoral stakeholder collaborative effort from both the public and private sector, implemented by the Presidential Task Team in collaboration with our provinces, which in this case is about 9 provinces in the country. The program responds and addresses the challenges or barriers that entrepreneurs face to access procurement opportunities. The program started implementation in 2020, December, as a pilot program in Limpopo and Eastern Cape, and further set a target of 10,000 women-owned businesses. This model is also used in our program, which we call it District Development Model, that is targeted at the designated groups and rural and township areas. And of course, this is implemented through the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, which has the mandate to lead on socio-economic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities through mainstreaming, advocacy, and monitoring and evaluation. Just to give also a perspective in terms of the national frameworks and experiences that we have as the country, is to indicate that in 2020, our cabinet has adopted a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, that is the NSP on GBVF, as a multi-sectoral responses to South Africa's GBV crisis. This also improved coordination between government, civil society, and development partners. The NSP on GBVF is not only a framework for preventing violence against women, but also a vehicle for advancing women's social and economic rights. I must also indicate that by so doing, These also prioritize survivor support by means of access to justice and economic empowerment initiatives. And also the NSP recognizes that safety and security are foundation to women's full participation in society and economy. Of course, this is, in so doing, it strengthens women's social protection and security by addressing the structural inequalities that perpetuate vulnerability and hinder equal access to opportunities. This is where it's also having, however, some of the challenges that, just to name a few, is the issues around uneven implementation across provinces and localities, resource and capacity constraints, but also the persistent social norms that normalize violence against women and girls. The other example that we just want to highlight is the South Africa's sexual and reproductive health and rights, which is anchored in our constitutional rights and supported by our progressive laws, which is also expanded access to contraception and maternal health care. The issues around adolescents and young women, which are also increasingly targeted through education and outreach. The challenges that this face, of course, is the issue of the country is still experiencing high rates of teenage pregnancy and HIV among young women. The issues of persistent stigma and cultural barriers that are preventing many women which from freely accessing health care, and also unequal access to health and SRHR facilities between urban and rural areas, which are still the major challenges. As I move towards the conclusion of my presentation, just to indicate the experiences in the extractive industries, South Africa's mining and extractive sector remains, of course, male-dominated, wherein women, for example, face issues around discrimination in recruitment and advancement, issues around exposure to unsafe working conditions, they also face issues around limited access to ownership and decision-making roles. But of course, the country is addressing this gender inequality in extractive through the key frameworks, which I'll just highlight some few that I've mentioned here. The first one is around broad-based Black economic empowerment, which promotes ownership, management, and economic partnership participation of women in the sector. The second one is Employment Equity Act, which ensures fair representation and prohibits workplace discrimination against women. But the third one, of course, is the issue of gender-responsive planning and budgeting framework, which aligns resources and policies to support women's participation and safety in extractives. The next one is around the Mining Charter of 2018, which requires mining companies to ensure women's inclusion in ownership, employment, skills development, and supplier opportunities. And the last is around the National Gender Policy Framework of 2000, which provides a mandate for mainstreaming gender equality across all sectors, including extractives. And of course, these instruments demand that all women be prioritized and empowered, and by ensuring access to leadership roles, enterprise opportunities, and safer working environments in the extractive industries and the broader economy. Just to highlight some few key cross-cutting challenges from all the things that I was mentioning is the issue around the persistent socio-economic inequalities, limiting women's access to land, finance, and employment. But also the issue of cultural and patriarchal norms that hinder women's autonomy and agency. The other one is weak interdepartmental coordination and fragmented service delivery, but also the issue of gap in funding and sustainability of progressive programs. And lastly, just to mention the issue of vulnerability of rural women, women with disabilities, and also those in informal sectors, and also in the extractive industries. And lastly, as I conclude, just to mention that the progressive policies and ratification of treaties, they of course require robust implementation and monitoring to ensure that the issues of socio-economic empowerment of women's rights, they are indeed observed by all the member states. So this will require a robust implementation and a fair monitoring of those international instruments. This will also require a whole of society approaches with strong civil society partnership, which are very crucial in terms of implementation of these international and regional instruments. This also requires the data disaggregation, which is essential to ensure inclusion of marginalized groups. This will also require economic empowerment, which should go hand in hand with protection of rights to education, health, and also SRHR. With regard to South Africa, we remain committed to advancing women's social and economic rights and to full domestication and implementation of AU and all the international instruments. And of course, lastly, our experiences shows that progress requires strong accountability frameworks and adequate resourcing for the full implementation of these instruments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. We've had some presentations by our distinguished panelists. And I think time has now arrived for us to ask questions or to make comments to add to the topics which were assigned to our distinguished panelists. We will take the first three from the audience. Well, okay. There we'll get the first one, then the second one. Looks like, okay, the third. So let's have 1, 2, 3 for starters.
Okay, thank you very much. Protocol observed. My name is Joy Ochuo, and I'm sitting for my country, Uganda. Now, I am glad that today I have a panel that I can address this contradiction in policy on. I've thought about it for a long time. You see, we talk about especially when it comes to like child marriages, we say children are girls who are below 18. But then we turn again around and again categorize them under women of reproductive age, which covers 15 up to 49. So when a woman of reproductive age, 15, 16, 17, gets pregnant,
then we say no, but this is a child. But earlier on, we have categorized them under women of reproductive age. So that contradiction has been in my mind for quite some time. And I was actually thinking, is it possible that we can maybe adjust the age for women of reproductive age to be 18 to 49, so that we just make it clear that anyone who is below 18 is a child and is unable to reproduce. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Merci beaucoup pour la parole accordée. Excellences, chers participants, tout protocole observé. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de remercier chaleureusement les organisateurs de cette workshop to promote the social economic rights for women, including the context of extractive industries. Je voudrais exprimer ma profonde gratitude à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples de l'Union africaine, ainsi qu'aux partenaires pour cette initiative louable qui nous réunit aujourd'hui d'une cause essentielle pour l'avenir de notre continent. Je remercie aussi le présentateur pour leur brève présentation claire et nette, qu'ils ont partagé leur expérience avec nous dans les différents domaines liés aux droits des femmes. Je suis l'honorable Amina Al-Idriss, vice-présidente de la Commission permanente des transports, de l'industrie, des communications, de l'énergie, des sciences, de la technologie du Parlement panafricain. Je voudrais juste faire une brève introduction du Parlement panafricain, qui est l'organe consultatif et représentant de l'Union africaine, a pour mission de donner une voix au peuple africain, de promouvoir la démocratie, la bonne gouvernance, l'état de droit et de veiller à ce que les engagements régionaux et internationaux soient traduits en politique et législation nationale adoptée. À travers nos commissions, nous travaillons également à accompagner les États membres dans l'harmonisation de leur cadre juridique et institutionnel, notamment les questions qui concernent les droits humains, l'industrie et l'innovation. Le thème qui nous réunit aujourd'hui réaffirme nos engagements en faveur des droits socio-économiques des femmes, notamment dans le contexte des industries extractives, est une pertinence capitale. Nous disposons déjà plusieurs cadres, comme vous venez de les citer, que je le rappelle aujourd'hui, cadres qui sont normatifs, solides, tels que la Convention sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard des femmes, CEDEF, la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et le peuple et son protocole de Maputo. Il y a aussi l'agenda 2063 que je voudrais lui mentionner ici de l'Union africaine, qui érige l'autonomisation des femmes et des jeunes en priorité stratégique. Ces instruments constituent une base juridique et politique forte, mais le véritable défi réside dans leur mise en œuvre effective et concrète. Quelles sont maintenant nos stratégies à mettre ensemble à relever ces défis, les grands défis que vous venez de citer, surtout Dr Branda a bien cité un point qui me touche vraiment, le manque d'électricité et aussi l'accès à l'Internet, à la technologie. Tout ça, sans ça, l'Afrique ne peut pas se développer. Et l'Afrique a ses potentialités de se développer en un mot, mais on n'est pas organisé, à vrai dire. C'est que si on est organisé à tous les niveaux, l'Afrique peut facilement se développer. Dans le contexte des industries extractives, les femmes sont trop souvent laissées en marge, alors même qu'elles supportent de manière disproportionnée les conséquences sociales, économiques et environnementales de l'exploitation des ressources naturelles. Moi, j'ai fait partie, j'ai travaillé 12 ans dans les industries
explorative, le raffinage, tout ça, j'ai l'expérience, mais j'ai vécu, je voudrais vous partager avec vous demain selon le programme. Et aussi garantir une participation pleine entière des femmes dans les instances de décision concernant les ressources naturelles et l'exploitation minière, assurer un partage équitable des bénéfices économiques ainsi des industries extractives afin que les communautés locales et en particulier les femmes soient bénéficiaires. Et aussi protéger les droits des travailleuses dans les secteurs extractifs contre toute forme de discrimination, de précarité, de l'exploitation. Et aussi, je voudrais dire, investir dans la formation, la recherche, l'innovation afin de donner aux femmes des moyens d'être non seulement bénéficiaires, mais également actrices et leaders de la transformation économique de l'Afrique. Le Parlement panafricain, dans son rôle de suivi, de plaidoyer et d'accompagner, restera engagé pour que les États membres transforment cet engagement en politique nationale inclusive et en action concrète. L'État n'est pas au dialogue. Beaucoup de choses nous restent à faire. Le don bouscure, c'est l'État et de l'action concrète. Et je voudrais dire en conclusion que je voudrais insister sur le fait que réaffirmer nos engagements n'a que des sens si nous parvenons à transformer les déclarations en résultats visibles dans la vie quotidienne des femmes africaines. C'est à cette condition que nous pouvons construire une Afrique prospère, inclusive et fidèle à sa vision de l'agenda 2063. Je réitère enfin mes sincères remerciements aux organisateurs de cet atelier. J'exprime l'espoir que nos échanges aboutiront à des recommandations concrètes et applicables au bénéfice de toutes les femmes africaines. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. That will be the fourth presentation on this topic. Can we have the lady there?
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Annie Bambé de la République démocratique du Congo. Je voudrais parler de l'expérience de la RDC en ce qui concerne l'application des droits sociaux, économiques et culturels. La RDC a une constitution bien fournie.
That is
a une constitution bien fournie qui inscrit presque tous les droits des humains sont cristallisés dans la Constitution de la République démocratique du Congo, particulièrement la parité homme-femme et la protection des droits sexuels. Et la RDC également est partie au protocole de Maputo et à la charte africaine sur le bien-être de l'enfant. Mais curieusement, nous avons des provinces reculées au fond du pays dans lesquelles ce n'est pas respecté. Il y a des enfants, je cite la province du Sankuru, au centre du pays, dans lesquels les enfants s'encourent. Les enfants, il y a des enfants qui sont pris en mariage à 11 ans. Oui, qui sont pris en mariage à 11 ans. Et dans cette contrée, vous trouverez que ce soit les leaders religieux, que ce soit les leaders, disons tous les leaders d'opinion, les griots, les chefs coutumiers, même l'État laisse cette situation pourrir depuis que le monde a commencé. Donc la loi ne dit rien. Tous ceux qui vivent dans cette contrée-là, ils sont complices ou ils subissent. Personne, lorsque les organisations lèvent la voix pour contrer disons, dénoncer cela, même les pouvoirs publics répriment, trouvent qu'ils en font trop, c'est la culture, ça reste comme ça. C'est pourquoi je voudrais demander, avec l'expérience des autres, ceux qui connaissent le même problème, les organisations de travail, mais c'est insuffisant, n'arrivent pas à renverser la tendance. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire de plus? Voilà ma préoccupation.
My question, what can we do differently?
Thank you very much for that presentation as well as the question. Now, that lady over there, she's been waiting. Just hang on, hang on, hang on. By virtue of the powers entrusted in me as the moderator, I shall not allow any more presentations except questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm called Elizabeth Achu. I'm from South Sudan. So I would like to emphasize and also add some few points on what was shared by the distinguished panelists, Madam Brenda and Matilda. And that particularly would be on the issue of having an African reasonable or proportional approach looking at things. I remember some years back I was participating in a different fora, an international fora, and it was particularly bringing youth from across the globe, but we were discussing climate change. I listened, and that was in New York, to be particular, and then I started questioning myself, how is this relevant to where I come from in South Sudan? Because initially when I come here, I need to take some key messages back or action plans. So if I'm discussing resilient climate actions to someone who's flooded, to someone who's not able to access a health facility, someone who doesn't have food, then my mission has failed. So what I would say is that we don't necessarily have to compare Africa to Europe all the time. Europe never considered Africa when they were advancing, developing themselves. This might underline some inappropriate maybe meanings behind it, but I mean equity more than equality when it comes to addressing our African issues. So African nations, we must look at what suits us before what suits the world, not vice versa. The other thing that I would want to say is that there is a need to have our own context when approaching these matters to help us provide what suits us better, to apply it in our context and then move ahead. Because this narrative has been there since before some of us were born, since before I was born. Where did it take us? We are still behind Europe. So why do we always have to compare ourselves to Europe? Our African leaders need to distinctively be able to separate and prioritize between achieving food security to their nations or going to space, for instance.
Well, can I give my presenters an opportunity to respond to the questions which have been asked? But don't...
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'll start in order from the last one. I don't think it's about comparison to Africa and Europe. I think all of us, what we have emphasized here is it is important to have the African voices and lived realities reflected in many of these conversations. And that is what is critical. And when you're being part of these conversations, anything that comes out, we can't separate ourselves from the global village, international jurisprudence. But to ensure that we must ensure that our voices are heard and our lived realities. And that's why I mentioned the challenges, the institutional challenges. They're in New York. Some of these meetings are in New York. They're cutting off online meetings, the visa processes. So that is what we need to have conversations about regarding DRC is, I remember in February during the height of the war, I was the country rapporteur for the DRC, and the ministers and the country delegation came to Geneva to address us on the situation on ground. We had civil society, national human rights institutions. They all came to let us know the situation that was happening in February during the war. And I would love to implore you to look at the concluding recommendations that the CEDAW came up with. One of the issues that we highlighted, we did acknowledge the aspect of illicit mineral resources exploitation that is happening in DRC, and we recognize the aspect of child marriage, sexual exploitation, and prostitution that was happening around the mining sites and extractive industry companies. So it's something maybe you need to look at and address and see what recommendations. And when I highlight the aspect of the recommendation, this is where it becomes very key. You ask, you've given recommendations, we cannot afford to give up. When you look at the concluding recommendations from Maputo, from the African Commission, from CEDAW, from many other treaty bodies, you can use this to your advantage in terms of pushing to hold your governments accountable, either through public interest litigation or continued advocacy. And yes, sometimes you may not find that change, but I want you to be consoled. All of you who work in multilateral systems will understand. You can give a country 20 recommendations. You'll give a country 20 recommendations. You will be lucky if you have 5 implemented. A country will maybe, I'm just giving an example, will implement 1 or 2, and that is what you should do, because it's impossible to get, usually, of course, I don't know the experience, in multilateral systems, there's a lot of politics. So when you get 1 recommendation fully implemented, be able to derive and work on that. Of course, the hope is you want all the recommendations implemented, but sometimes you have to, the resources, the financial, and etc. So do not give up. Keep pushing, keep utilizing the Commission's, African Commission recommendations, CEDAW recommendations, all treaty body recommendations to push for that accountability. The results will come, and eventually, the reason we are here is because of the work that many people worked on prior to us, and that is what we ride on. Yes, success may be slow. You may see a few, 1 and 2, but let's never give up. Let's just keep using. Then finally, I think in regards to 18 and the contradiction, of course, one of the reasons they start, okay, I'm not a statistician, but this is maybe from my thinking. When you start to give, the reproductive age from 15 to, I think, 49, as you said, this is because we cannot remove our heads from the sand. At 15, there are a lot of developmental changes that girls go through, reproductive age. Some of them are raped, get defiled, and get pregnant. So the reason the reason I believe we use 15 is used is so that you're able to have different strategies to protect 15-year-olds from aspects of teenage pregnancies, to protect their sexual and reproductive health, to ensure that they have adequate rights and etc. But that does not mean when a 15-year-old girl gets married that the criminal law will not come in. Most of our jurisdictions, if your age of majority is 18, and you get pregnant at 16, 17, criminal law will definitely come in to either get the perpetrator who is responsible for the accused, for making the girl pregnant, and that can be, you can either be charged for defilement or rape or child-to-child sex, depending on your jurisdictions. But yeah, so importantly, it's important to do 15 to 49 so that you're able to solve and protect those teenagers from getting pregnant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I learned myself with the responses she's given to some of the questions, so I won't repeat some of the points. On the question from the delegate from Uganda, I think I was just thinking of the African, like I'm responding as a panelist who spoke on the normative framework. So from that perspective, I can only think of 2 instruments which have got age restrictions. So there's Maputo Protocol with 18 that creates the minimum age of marriage, right? And that's specific to marriage. And then the other one is on the older person's protocol, which defines what an older woman is at 60. So based on that age restriction, then the benefits of the right protection is determined by the age. So, but on the Maputo Protocol, this 18-year factor is just specific to age of marriage. But we've seen in reality, regardless of that minimum requirement of the instrument, countries still have laws that legalize marriage of girls under 18. 16 years, there's a case that came to the African court against Mali that they still today have not been able to implement. So there's a reason why you say this is the minimum requirement as we as African governments have agreed, and we need to protect anyone who's under 18. So that's why that exists. But speaking to your point on adolescents not being able to reproduce, from a human rights framework, besides these two particular instances I've cited, the right to access to health has got no age restriction. For women, it is accessible to you at any stage of your life cycle, and it's a biological factor. So in terms of the normative framework, that's not the place to now say, this is the cutoff point where you become or do not become eligible to the right to health and whatever components that includes. So I think it's, there's nuances to your question, which I think we can't completely address in this response. But I believe, given the program we have, we'll continue to unpack these issues. I think that's the only one that I was going to add a new flavor in addition to what Brenda has already said.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I also align myself with my fellow panelists so that I don't label the point, but just to indicate that from the experiences that the members have shared, I think South Africa is also not immune from those challenges. We are also experiencing the same challenges, the issues around a lot of teenage pregnancies and all that. I think we are also still experiencing the same. But I think riding from what my fellow panelists have indicated, I think as the continent, we have we have good instruments. We have good instruments that already addresses these issues and the challenges that we are raising. But I think for me, what is critical then is the issue of implementation and compliance to the instruments, because already we have your Agenda 2063, which talks about many of the challenges that we are addressing here, your Maputo Protocol that has been mentioned by my fellow panelists, and other international instruments that we have alluded to here. They already addresses some of the issues that we are having, that we're grappling with. I think for us is then to come up with a mechanism of how best we are able to implement all these instruments. And surely if we implement such instruments, we will be somehow addressing the challenges that we are raising this afternoon. I think I'll stop there, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
I think just to add, the aspect of good governance is something we need to discuss.
Thank you very much. I have seen that there were a number of ones which are coming up, but unfortunately, I will not allow that due to the fact that the time which was allocated to me has since gone. But I think I should blame my panelists, because I think they've presented their papers, their topics in such a manner that they've ignited the fire amongst you, the delegates. So what I'm going to ask of you delegates is that during the times when we are in a position to mingle, please feel free to ask the panelists those burning questions which you wanted to ask publicly, but you can ask them privately. For the time being, I think you'll agree with me that the panelists have dealt with their topics in such a manner that the tone for this Continental Workshop to promote the social and economic rights of women, including in the context of extractive industries, in a manner that I think has set the ball rolling. So it is my belief that indeed this workshop is bound to succeed. At this point in time, may you please join me in congratulating the 3 official panelists as well as the 2 unofficial panelists for the good job that they've done.
And you as the chair. And you as the chair. Thank you.
Okay then, thank you.
La modératrice du prochain panel arrive, s'il vous plaît. Merci bien.
Good afternoon, Honorable. I'm sorry for the delay. So we're going to call on the next panel, which is session 3 on the agenda, the critical link, reproductive justice and socio-economic empowerment. And here we have the moderator, Honorable Janet Ramatulai Salanjai, the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. Thank you, Honorable. And for the interveners, we have Ms. Judith Shenu from IPAS Africa Alliance. Thank you. We have Ms. Jong Rin Kim, UNOCHR. Thank you. And finally, we have Ms. Wanjiru Kamanda from the Center for Reproductive Justice Rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene, for ushering this panel on session 3, dealing with the critical link, reproductive justice and socio-economic empowerment, which I have with humility, the honor to be moderating, with a very strong panelists. I can see from the topics that they're supposed to intervene on. But I think during my opening statement, we made it very clear, and the link between reproductive justice and socio-economic empowerment of women, which are deeply interconnected. We made that point, and just to set the scene at the opening statement, we talked about the issue of access to comprehensive reproductive health care and how it enables individuals, especially women and marginalized communities, to make informed decisions about their bodies, education, and work. We also underscored the fact that without control over reproductive decisions, economic participation, career development, and financial stability is often limited. And we talk about also parenting with dignity and how important it is as parents that we have the necessary basic resources to enable us to raise the next generation of citizens of this continent. Also talking about the fact that when we often limit these rights, it leads to a cycle of poverty and inequality. And underscored the fact finally that true socio-economic empowerment requires the protection and fulfillment of reproductive rights. So here we have the panelists that will go take a deep dive into that overview that I provided, and that's as I introduce now. We'll have the interveners that will talk on exploring the intersectionality of women's rights and how reproductive justice forms a basis for empowering women to achieve equal socio-economic status. We'll have Ms. Judy Otieno of IPAS Africa Alliance to examine the different intersectionalities that create unique barriers to reproductive health care. Ms. Jong Ren Kim of UNOHCR will quantifying the economic cost of limited access to reproductive health care and analyzing policy solutions that promote reproductive justice as a tool for economic empowerment. Then we'll have, last but not the least, Ms. Wanjiro Kamanda, Center for Reproductive Rights, to unpack the lived realities of grassroots women to access to reproductive justice. And thereafter, we'll have the plenary discussion. I will try as best as I can so that we stick to time, because if we do not stick to time, it will jeopardize our lunch. And most importantly, those who will come after also may feel like they don't have enough time. And we want to have that, make sure we have equity, and if we don't want to use equality, equity with regard to the different panels. So panelists, I implore you, and also those who will intervene subsequently, to stick to the time so that we're able to make good progress. Without wasting much time, I would like you, first of all, to give a round of applause to my distinguished panelists. And then I will welcome Ms. Judith Otieno of IPAS to intervene.
Thank you, Commissioner. 10 minutes, okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And am I still observing the established protocol? Yes, I am. Before we start, I'd like to thank the organizers for this. Already, looking at the room, it is already set the stage for an intersectional conversation. And that already is recognized, and I hope that we will get to the bottom of this intersectionality beyond being a buzzword. Now, I want to start from the outset and say that the conversation around intersectionality is not new to any of us in this room. So other than listing those barriers, I'm hoping that our conversation here will set the tone for how we can practically break those silos that feed the lack of intersectionality and be able to move beyond intersectionality as a buzzword, but ensure it's a lived pathway for women and girls to achieve socio-economic empowerment. That is what has brought us to this room. Before we can do that, we need to start from where futures most often get derailed. In Africa, and I want to, before we dive in, give a typical scenario. A 14-year-old girl drops out of school because of teenage pregnancy. By 20, she has her second child. This girl will not magically appear in dignified work. She's more likely to end up in informal work or extractive industries, where disempowerment is bound to continue in the form of exploitation, in the form of exclusion, and in the form of unsafe work environment. Now, look at this girl's situation. Her situation is not a matter of individual choice, but it is a systematic denial of her sexual and reproductive health rights that has put her in this situation. And that's where intersectionality comes in. She is not facing one barrier at a time. It is harmful social norms, it is exposure to harmful practices, it is poverty, it is geography, it is also denial of protection. And these barriers do not queue up politely to come in turn. They all come together. And that is where intersectionality comes in. So, sorry. Hello? Am I back? So, I just want to say that none of us is surprised by this story. We live it every day. We have seen it. We fight about it. We challenge it. But I think the question today is not that whether we understand or appreciate intersectionality, but to challenge ourselves. There are frameworks that have been enlisted by our previous speakers, but how we organize our interventions, how we work, we still work as though these barriers are compartmentalized. We don't, and these barriers all come together to make it so difficult for women and girls to really enjoy their social rights. And hello? Okay, good. My question to the room as we, the next 2 days is that why do we still treat these issues that I've just talked about as an education problem over there, a health problem here, empowerment, somewhere in between, labor rights sometime in the future. Yet these barriers are piling up on a daily basis. So that would be my, thoughts and hope. I'll try again. The real. Sorry, does that cut into my time? So I think the bigger question in this room is not whether we understand or appreciate intersectionality. That I believe we do. We see it every day. But why are we still building strategies as if the house can stand when we haven't cracks at the base? Is it a political gap? Is it a funding gap? Is it a courage gap? We do know SRHR is under assault. Do we find it too difficult? Do we find it too difficult to address the foundational issue that is at the base of ensuring that girls and women are set on the path to social and economic empowerment? I will leave it at that from our honored delegates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you did extremely well with time. This will also be special because it will give us the opportunity. Is that you start by asking questions. So you're not even waiting for the plenary to ask questions, but you are raising issues for the plenary to engage their minds in. So I would like you, as you intervene, to engage your mind on the questions that she's asked, the attempts she's made to answer some of those questions. I think you've raised an issue that is very pertinent, and the story you gave is actually linked to the question that was asked before, the reproductive age. Can we legislate the reproductive age that defies science? Because one thing we have to bear in mind is that the laws we craft are always based on scientific evidence and so many other things. So we don't vacuum. We don't want children under the age of 18 to get pregnant. That doesn't mean that we will actually productive age, because the example she gave, 14-year-old. I think the issue is here is a 14-year-old pregnant and falls by the wayside, a 14-year-old girl. Then what happens to the boy? The boy is able to move on. So these are the inequalities and the equities that we have to deal with. We have to put in systems and structures in place to address those issues. But I don't want to preempt too many things. I think she's already thrown the question, issue of compartmentalization of the rights. This is something we cannot afford to do because intersection is all about ensuring that we take everything holistically. So I think when we have intervention from the plenary, we have experts and people with a lot of experience in this room will get the feedback from the plenary. Without wasting much time, I will now call on Ms. Judith Otieno, Ms. Jong Ring Kum of UNHCR to quantifying the economic cost of limited access to reproductive health care and analyzing policy solutions that promote reproductive justice as a tool for economic empowerment. You have the floor. I will call on the people who are responsible for the IT or whatever to bring a second mic so that if one fails, we can quickly pick up the next one. Because we cannot wait for you to be coming all the way from the back. Please, if you can just get us a second mic on standby, please.
Thank you. And good morning and good afternoon. It's very nice to meet you all here, and then it's an honor to speak on this very important and timely topic in the face of the huge backlash on sexual reproductive health in specific, and also the gender equality in general around the globe. So my intervention today will focus on the crucial role of reproductive justice, in other words, sexual reproductive health and rights in advancing gender equality and also the enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights by women and girls, and by examining the challenges that we are facing and also exploring some policy solutions from a human rights perspective. Sexual and reproductive health and rights are foundational to gender equality. As the panelists in the previous session rightly pointed out, international and regional human rights norms affirm that control over fertility, access to contraception, safe pregnancy and childbirth, and bodily autonomy form the foundation on which women and girls can build equal opportunities, whether in education, in employment, in leadership, and in political life. These issues must be addressed through the intersectional lens, as our colleague just mentioned, because barriers to reproductive justice are not only the result of failure health systems. They are deeply rooted in social, economic, cultural, racial, and legal injustices. The factors such as poverty, race, ethnicity, gender, age, disability, geographical location, and you name it, all these compound the challenges faced by women and girls. Looking through this lens help us see the systemic and structural inequalities that they face, not only in accessing sexual and reproductive health and rights, but also in realizing their broader range of human rights. Sexual and reproductive health and rights are enabling rights. They underpin the enjoyment of many other human rights, especially the ECOSOC rights that we say ESCR rights, including right to work, health, education, social security, and adequate standard of living, as well as the right to development and the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The ability to decide if, when, and how to have children determines women's and girls' participation in both private and public life, affecting whether they can stay in school, enter the workforce, and pursue leadership. Furthermore, it affects their participation and agency in all areas of economic, social, cultural, and political development, which are the four facets of the right to development. Despite the critical roles that sexual reproductive health and rights, access to it remains limited with devastating costs. For example, every 2 minutes, a woman dies from preventable causes due to complications related to pregnancy and childbirth. And each year, about 178,000 women and 1 million newborns die, and Africa accounts for 70% of these deaths. And 1 in 5 girls in Africa becomes pregnant before the age of 19, which results in 39 million child mothers. So fewer than 5% of them return to school after childbirth. So that the burden of unmet sexual reproductive health needs is compounded by declining international assistance, with the international assistance for sexual reproductive health dropping 27% between 2022 and 2023. In particular, the maternal health, already very much chronically underfunded, is now facing unprecedented crisis with funding cuts of up to 92%, so which is very serious situation now. The consequences of this are grave and oftentimes irreversible. As you know, the maternal mortality and morbidity rates rise, and many girls are forced out of school due to pregnancy and childbirth. And this results in reduced education attainment for themselves, lower lifetime earnings, and lost workforce potential, on top of serious health and life-threatening risks. These challenges perpetuate cycles of poverty and create significant intergeneration impacts, such as poorer health and education outcomes for children of teenage mothers. And also, collectively, these factors reduce women's labor force participation and slow national socio-economic growth, and also comprise the achievement of SDG goals and targets. Nevertheless, today we are witnessing a troubling backlash against sexual reproductive health rights and gender equality. And it is really threatening to undo hard-won gains and undermine not just women's lives, but also our collective progress towards justice and sustainable development. Why are we focusing on extractive industries today? In Africa, extractive industries are often presented as the engines of growth, yet they operate in rural and marginalized communities where women face unique and complex challenges such as environmental degradation, displacement, and increased gender-based violence. All of them directly affect reproductive health and autonomy. In extractive zones, the influx of mostly male workforces can drive transactional sex, exploitation, and increase gender-based violence. Women and girls in surrounding communities face disrupted social systems, reduced health services, and environmental harms affecting their reproductive health. And also, those working in the sector often lack maternity protection. They often are not covered health insurance and social security. Even if so, health insurance often excludes essential services, including maternal and child health. Gender-based discrimination, together with fragile health systems, increase maternal mortality, teenage pregnancies, and school dropouts. These challenges intersect with the structural inequalities, given the fact that women in extractive zones are often rural, indigenous, and low income. So we have witnessed many concrete cases of all these effects. For example, in Maranji diamond field in eastern Zimbabwe, after the 2006 diamond rush, militarized control over this region brought widespread human rights abuses. Sexual violence was weaponized against women. Hundreds were raped and assaulted to suppress dissent and discourage illegal mining. And this is not an isolated example. It is part of the broader pattern of gendered violence against women into extractive economies. And for example, in Mozambique, coal mining has displaced entire communities. Women often excluded from compensation and resettlement planning, and that they have been left out more vulnerable to sexual exploitation and with a reduced access to reproductive services. And the influx of male workers has fueled transactional sex and rising rates and rising risks of sexually transmitted infections, and furthermore. So these, yes. These examples underscore the sexual reproductive health and rights remain a neglected pillar of equitable development in these industries. Without targeted interventions, women and girls will continue to bear the hidden costs of resource extractions. The cost measured in lost health, lost education, lost livelihoods, and lost lives. Of course, corporate responsibility standards require companies to address gender and health impacts, and integrating SRH in the environmental and social impact assessment, as provided the African Commission's state reporting guidelines on environmental governance. So then, how should we respond to these challenges, and what are our policy interventions? So our policy responses must be anchored in the international and regional human rights standards, such as International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the CEDAW Convention, and also the Maputo Protocol in Africa. So these frames call on states to align laws and policies with the international standards and guarantee comprehensive sexual and reproductive health services, and also ensure women's full participation in economic, social, cultural, and political lives. And in particular, I would like to highlight this point because we are going through the huge financial crisis, and then, that 30 seconds, that crisis. So under the international human rights law, states are obligated to use the maximum available resources, including domestic resources, and through international cooperation to realize these rights. So duty is shared. States must prioritize sexual reproductive health rights in national budgets. The international community must support where the national capacity is limited. So, I will stop here, and then
I think you'll have the opportunity. I'll give you the opportunity to round
Sure,
up.
okay.
You'll
Yes.
have the next
Thank
round, please. Because I would like to really give the plenary an opportunity to interact and maybe raise, and you might have the opportunity to come back, So, Wanjiru, Center for Reproductive Rights, unpack the realities of grassroots women on access to reproductive justice.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Special Rapporteur. Initially, we'd been told we had about 15 minutes, and I was hoping to cover quite a bit.
I learned from my colleague. I realized the 15 minutes didn't work.
Yeah, it
Because
did.
he spent a lot of time, and the essence is to interact and get the other people too,
Yeah, so we'll briefly just have a conversation around sexual and reproductive health rights, specific to adolescent girls in Africa, and the impact of teenage pregnancy and their right to education, which already seems to be an issue that we are quite interested about. So the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child undertook a teenage pregnancy status and progress study, and in 2022 they released a report. So this report just gives us a bit of understanding about the lived experiences of adolescent girls on the issues of SRHR and teen pregnancy. That we have quite high prevalence in some of the regions in Africa. So at 25% of teenage pregnancies for Eastern and Southern Africa, 27% for West and Central Africa, and this is significantly higher than the global rate of 15%. Then for some countries, the prevalence is even more concerning. Niger at 48%, Chad at Niger at 48%, and Chad at 44%. Then there's definitely a higher number. You know, in some countries, trace as higher girls are pregnant in rural areas and in urban areas. Girls in rural, urban, informal settlements also at higher risk of teenage pregnancy. And in slum areas as well. We understand that teenage pregnancy is one of the leading causes of school dropouts in Africa. And some of the government policies that some of our countries have put in place also make it more difficult for pregnant learners or teen mothers to go back to school. Case in point, Tanzania, that had a policy that banned teenage girls from continuing with education, so there was an expulsion. Mandatory pregnancy testing, girls who are found pregnant are expelled from school. The Africa Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child handled a matter that was presented before it on behalf of Tanzanian girls regarding this. And the committee, in a groundbreaking decision in 2022, found that the mandatory pregnancy testing and expulsion of pregnant girls by the United Republic of Tanzania was a violation of the girls' rights, and that the member state had violated its obligations as a state party to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. In addition to this, I think there is a need to also highlight that sexual and gender-based violence, also places girls in Africa at such a vulnerable position in terms of their sexual and reproductive health, including resulting in unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, STIs, and HIV. Poverty and food insecurity within our continent is also an issue of concern, impacting on girls' sexual and reproductive health rights. And as the previous speakers mentioned, it's a well-established driver of transactional sex, which increases the risk of HIV infections and other STIs amongst adolescents. According to UNAIDS, in 2023, an estimated 3,100 new HIV infections among adolescent girls and young women aged 15 to 24 years in sub-Saharan Africa, and 77% of adolescent girls and young women acquired HIV in 2023 in Africa. So there is quite a concern regarding teen pregnancy, but also regarding new HIV infections amongst teenage girls or adolescent girls in the continent. Why do girls find themselves here? There was a question that perhaps it's because laws or policies speak of reproductive age as 15 and above. But I think this is beyond what policies would say. There are general barriers to access to sexual and reproductive health for adolescents. There's a limit in terms of accurate information. A number of us in the room would remember where we first learned about sexuality and sex. I am not sure whether for some of us it was from teachers or a parent. It maybe was from a friend, and I am almost sure it was very inaccurate, based on also their limited information at the time. And sadly for our continent, this still prevails. Financial constraints are also a challenge. Unfriendly service and provider bias, judgmental attitudes, lack of privacy and confidentiality also discourages adolescents from seeking sexual and reproductive health information and care. There are also adolescents who have additional vulnerabilities, as we mentioned. Girls living in rural areas, marginalized settings, face multiple types of exclusion. Third-party consent requirements in the continent are also a challenge. In a number of our communities, the discussion of sex or sexuality is a taboo between children and parents. So even where a girl, or even a boy in this case, has an issue regarding their sexual health or even their reproductive health, they have a difficulty having the conversation with the parent. So when the law imposes a requirement that a parent must give consent for a child to access sexual and reproductive health, then that becomes an additional barrier. The previous panel discussed the very progressive legislative and framework that we have at the regional level and also at the global level. But we find there's such a disparity between what our national laws say and what our countries have signed on to. So this is also quite a challenge. We've been fighting in many countries comprehensive sexuality education. It's one of the issues that's really fought by anti-rights in terms of the provision of this, leaving school-going children without information and also giving room for a lot of misinformation. Criminalization of sexual and reproductive health. Abortion in a number of our countries is still criminalized, forcing girls and even women to seek unsafe abortions. The criminalization of consensual sexual conduct. Our sister from Uganda was very concerned about the issue of considering 15-year-olds as reproductive and merging it to the issue of marriage. But despite the challenges that I've spoken about, and perhaps what has been spoken about by the other panelists, I think there's hope for our continent. On 4th of August of this year, Rwanda's parliament passed a new law regulating health services. Amongst other provisions, the law provides that girls or children, adolescents from the age of 15, can access health services, including sexual and reproductive health services, without parental consent. This is groundbreaking and just shows, leadership within the continent on how we should go. The process towards the law was also something commendable. The parliamentary committee that was charged with developing and reviewing this law was very deliberate on ensuring that it created platforms and opportunities for adolescents to give their voice on the law and specific provisions on lowering the age of consent. I think a number of times what we find on policies at national level, on regional instruments is, that touch on adolescents within our continent is that there are many voices for and against as well, but we rarely have that space for the adolescent voice. And also to laud the Rwanda's president that despite the pressure that he faced after Parliament passed the law from various quarters, where he was being forced not to sign the law, he actually signed it last week, and this gives effect to this law. And our previous speaker had spoken about how do we get progress at national level based on what's happening at the global level. Last year in May, Rwanda was coming up for review by CEDAW. One of the recommendations that CEDAW gave to Rwanda was to lower the age of consent or remove third-party consent requirements for adolescents from 16 and above. So Rwanda has gone a step ahead and lowered that to 15. Very briefly, I'll just speak on maternal health, which I think is very impactful. I'll be very fast. Which I think is also something very important for us to have a conversation around. That there are gaps that exist in different African countries, which are attributed to systemic barriers, including limited availability of healthcare facilities, skilled personnel, as well as inadequate public transportation infrastructure. We have many women and girls in labor who are forced to travel long distances to access care. Sadly, these gaps exist despite government policies, including those on free maternity health care. We've experienced instances where women or girls who present to deliver are slapped with hidden charges, or their demands that they provide some supplies, which may be a hindrance for women who cannot afford. Poverty and food insecurity also compound the maternal health challenges in the continent.
30 seconds.
I just want to speak on obstetric violence and yes, so compounding all these structural challenges, the lack of personnel, the distance to health facilities, obstetric violence, I think, is also something that the continent needs to have a conversation about. It's the most pervasive yet under-recognized form of gender-based violence, a key hindrance to respectful maternal health. And it occurs at a time of profound vulnerability. For the women in the room who've delivered, you remember the pain and the vulnerability. And at this time, women actually place their trust in health systems to provide care. Obstetric violence in our continent must manifest in various ways: physical violence, abandonment, verbal abuse, and this has become very normalized. As young women or first-time mothers, there's always a conversation around, do not disturb the nurses. If you disturb the nurses, if you make noise, they'll slap you, and the slapping you is justified. I know many of you have had this.
Opportunity to round up again, just like I said to your colleague, okay?
Can I speak to the resolution, kindly?
No, when you round up, you will speak to the resolution, because I want to be fair. Otherwise, your colleague will be looking at me to say, why didn't you give me the opportunity? I'm really very sorry. I would now like to, I think unpacking the real varieties of grassroots women on access to reproductive justice is a very tall one. It's a tall order. So I understand why you are clamoring or craving for more time, because the challenges are a lot. But one thing I would like to underscore is silver lining, and the hope in terms of what has happened in Rwanda is something that we need to celebrate. I think Dr. Brenda wanted to clap. I think we should clap now, because I think this is very important in terms of what other countries can learn from in terms of progress in law reform, in terms of reproductive justice and holding the dignity of women. I think Rwanda also has been celebrated in terms of lifting reservations under those difficult contexts. And these are things that we need to celebrate in terms of peer learning, so that other countries will know that it's possible. So this is something I wanted to underscore. Of course, the statistics and economic cost of reproductive access to reproductive health care is what our colleague also talked about. But until you have the opportunity to just give your closing remarks, and in your closing remarks, you can bring the few things that are left. So without wasting much time, I'd like to open the floor for contributions and questions so we'll start with you. But please, I will urge you, we don't want presentations. If you're going to have a presentation, please, then I won't give you the floor. Because we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity. So we give you 2 minutes. I'm going to be very strict. 2 minutes and you have to end. Yeah, please. Only 2 minutes. No, I will not give you the opportunity. Let me give a colleague, yes. And then I'll give a sister there and 3. Let me give the others and I'll come to the commissioners after because we're hosting this thing. So let's have the others speak first, yeah. But I'm going to be very strict, no presentation. 2 minutes. I'm going to start in my
Muito boa
stopwatch.
tarde. Boa tarde.
Yes, continue. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Sim, eu vou falar em português, estava a dar tempo para colocar os fones, que é para poder perceber. Já posso falar?
It's coming, yes. So I'll start your 2 minutes all over again. 2 minutes starts now. 2 minutes and not more. Yes, continue. You may, Honorable.
Bom, muito obrigada. Eu gostaria de comentar com relação ao casamento.
Okay, whilst that is being sorted out, I'll give then we sort out. I'm sorry, Honorable. We'll give a sister here. Then we sort out the interpretation.
Ele diz que já posso falar.
Okay, very well.
Eu gostaria de comentar com relação aos casamentos prematuros e gravidezes precoces. Dizer que este é um problema muito sério no nosso continente. Independentemente de ser ou não desejada a gravidez, precoce pode levar o risco de morte da mãe e do bebê. Está tudo bem? Sim. Por que eu digo isso? Porque a adolescente ainda não está preparado para carregar um bebê na barriga. Por isso que verificamos um nível mais alto de morte de adolescentes por conta de gravidez precoce. O que influencia os casamentos prematuros são influências culturais, baixo nível de vida, aspectos socioculturais, falta de informação. No meu país, eu sou moçambicana, a gravidez precoce, o casamento prematuro, a violência doméstica são puníveis nos termos da lei. Nós temos leis claras, porque o lugar de uma adolescente é na escola. Não é para construir uma família, não. Ainda nem falei.
2 minutes.
1 minuto só. E queria dizer que em Moçambique quase todas as escolas têm um gabinete de aconselhamento à saúde reprodutiva para adolescentes e jovens. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Apologies for restricting you to the 2 minutes because we want to give as many people as possible to intervene. Thank you.
Yes.
You may go ahead here.
Thank you, members.
Can you introduce? Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Namkwaya Winifred. I'm the Vice Chairperson, Disabled Women in Africa. I'm glad to be here with you members, and thank you for inviting us. For me, I want to submit on the issue of sexual reproductive health. For us as women and girls with disabilities, we face lots of challenges regarding sexual reproductive health rights. First, we miss information. Like as my sister said, that sexuality, some girls and boys, they do get it from friends and others from parents. But for our case as women and girls with disabilities, we miss it at all, as many in the community take us as useless, that we don't need that information. And you find that we fall into gaps of those perpetrators who mislead us, and sometimes they do impregnate us, and we miss to know who are the responsible fathers of our children. And another issue is for our friends. In disability, we have different categories, like those sisters of ours who are having hearing. Should I continue? Our sisters with hearing problems, like you find a deaf girl with want to access like health services, and there is no sign language interpreter in the health facilities. Like for my case, I'm a mother of 4, but I used to face challenges when I should visit, in terms of visiting the health centers. You go to the health center or a hospital, you find the raised labor beds. The health assistant or a nursing officer forces you to climb it, asking you so many questions, like, how can you fail to climb that and you manage to climb the other one? So such challenges do stop us, and they force us to go to TBS, I mean the traditional birth attendants, and hence there is a lot of increase of maternal death amongst our communities. So members, when we are talking about issues, we should, like when we are talking about women's rights, we shouldn't forget about certain categories, like those with disabilities, women with minorities, and again, we should also, I encourage members who are in this conference to always at least refer to our CRPD, because it has some articles. Like when you go to health, we have Article 24. That one talks much about the health rights of women with disabilities. Article 6 on women with disabilities, it emphasizes the full development and employment. And Article 13, which also emphasizes the access to justice. So members, the panelists have been sitting here, but I didn't hear anybody quoting our CRPD, and it is the only tool that we have as person with disability in this world that safeguards and protects us. Thank you so much for the audience. I'm glad. Winifred, Vice Chairperson, Disabled Women in Africa.
Thank you very much. I think you've raised a very pertinent issue. I'll get the panelists to respond to that. They've forgotten a vital instrument that is protecting the rights of women with disabilities. Noted. Yes, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Joseph Kobla Wemako, and I am the founder and executive director of Human Rights Reporters Ghana. And I also convene the Ghana CSO's platform on SDGs, the user platform for that matter. First of all, I would like to commend the organizers for putting up this particular workshop. It is crucial at this time around because women really deserve the voice. We know that our women face a lot of challenges day in, day out. And it is sad to note that, for instance, when you take the extractive industries, they are the most affected. They don't get jobs. The environment is polluted, exposing them to health hazards. And even for them to get the kind of treatment, the kind of right they deserve, unfortunately, they don't get that. And so I really commend the organizers. Now, I would like to find out from your experience, what are the policy gaps that needs to be put in place to forestall the challenges that women face in these areas? And also, grassroots organizations like the Human Rights Reporters Ghana and the CSOs, how can we work closely, collaborate with the stakeholders, government, and other agencies to ensure protection for our women? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At least we now have a question coming from the plenary. Can we have questions coming from the plenary? Dr. After the lady at the back here. No, this lady. Question, please, if you can ask questions so that at least the panelists can engage with the questions, as opposed to presentations, please. We don't want presentations, please. You have a question? Yes, please.
Merci. Je voulais parler sur l'accès limité aux soins de santé reproductive. À coût économique élevé, incluant l'augmentation de la mortalité maternelle et infantile, une perte de productif en charge plus lourde pour les systèmes de santé, des retards dans le développement économique. Les politiques de justice reproductive peuvent contre cela en garantissant l'accès universitaire aux soins, en provenant l'éducation sexuelle, en luttant contre les inégalités, ce qui favorise l'autonomisation économique des femmes, une meilleure santé publique et une croissance économique. Coût économique de l'accès limité, perte de productivité et conséquences sur l'emploi. Les grossesses non planifiées ou les complications liées à la santé reproductive peuvent entraîner une perte de revenus pour les femmes, les forçant à abandonner leurs études ou leur emploi. Coût pour les systèmes de santé. Les complications de la grossesse et de l'accouchement non prises en charge nécessitent des traitements de coûteux et une utilisation accrue des ressources de santé. Mortalité et morbidité. Le décès de la maladie liée à la production entraîne des coûts sociaux et familiaux ainsi qu'une perte de capital humain. Retard de développement économique, des taux de mortalité maternelle et infantile élevés en Afrique, ainsi qu'une mauvaise santé reproductive sont des indicateurs de sous-développement freinent le progrès des pays en Afrique.
Okay, thank you very much.
OK. Les questions peuvent nous garantir l'accès universitaire aux soins de santé reproductive. Fallait-nous promouvoir l'éducation sexuelle complète. Il fallait nous investir dans l'éducation des filles et des femmes.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Opportunity to people with questions to ask. If you have questions to ask, only question, please. Yes, question. Let me get the commissioner. No question. Let's have questions.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je commencerai très rapidement par féliciter à mon tour les intervenantes pour la qualité de leur présentation. Ma question est directe. Nous savons très bien que dans beaucoup de sociétés africaines, l'accès à la justice reproductive est freiné, je dirais, et heurté par des considérations culturelles, mais également religieuses. Donc ma question est comment peut-être ou quelle serait la stratégie opérationnelle et concrète que vous préconisez pour assurer justement à la fois un accès à la justice reproductive, mais également en assurant cet équilibre avec les considérations culturelles et religieuses dans les sociétés africaines. Je vous remercie et je vous rends la parole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for your contribution and keeping to the time. Dr. Brenda?
Thank you very much. Just two questions. One, I'd like to know how the proposed Charter on African Values is going to will have an impact on the aspect of sexual and reproductive health in Africa. And then two, the aspect of newborn, and because Rin did talk about maternal health, and I feel like the aspect of neonatal and infant mortality is very important and needs to be linked to maternal preventable mortality. So how does that neonatal and infant mortality play into the conversation? Thank you.
At the back, you have a question? Yes. The gentleman.
Right, thank you. My name is Christopher. I'm from Ghana. Just a follow-up on Doc's question. It has to do with, Honorable Judith, you did state that policies are drafted out of science. Now, looking at what the question asked by Doc, my question has to do with at a point of the clash between cultural values, as again, in a perspective of the normative framework and policy drafting in the context of the African culture values, and the clash of science, how do we use logical reasoning and framework to solve the issue? Then my next question I have to go for Ms. Judith. With respect to the intersectionality, I think we've spoken about social culture, status, geographical location, and on. The current one have to do with the modern trends, again, which is some way, somehow crashing with the issue of the cultural values. For example, the definition of who a woman is, what a girl is. So do you think that it would be most appropriate in terms of our policy framework and drafting thereof, we should have a definitive definition for these gender perspectives so that in the coming future, nearer future, wouldn't be having too much issues concerning this? Thank you.
Thank you for keeping to the time. The lady at the back, question there.
Hello, and thank you very much. My name is Doris Kathia from Kenya, and I have two questions. One of the questions is, how do we see, especially Wanjiru, she spoke to abortion issues around Africa and the continent, as well as the unintended pregnancies. And my question would be, how do these, both unintended pregnancies as well as unsafe abortions, or even the maternal mortality, affect women's participation in the labor market and long-term economic empowerment? And the other question is in regard to how we can be able to amplify grassroots voices in national and international policy spaces without tokenizing them. Thank you very much.
You have a question? You have a question?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je suis Marie-Laure Eding, je viens du Gabon, membre Jeune Égalité et CAS, Afrique centrale, oui. Bon, après avoir bien suivi tous les exposés qui sont passés depuis le matin, je crois que les réalités restent les mêmes dans tous les pays. C'est bien. Ma préoccupation est celle-ci. Justement, en écoutant les présentations, il y a des constats que j'ai eu à faire par rapport au contexte gabonais. Il y a un problème de données. Nous n'avons pas de données désagrégées par rapport aux droits économiques, oui, aux droits socio-économiques en relation avec les industries extractives. Nous avons là, par exemple, au Gabon, une institution appelée ITIE, où on voit surtout la représentativité des hommes et les femmes sont moins représentées. Là, j'ai dit moins parce que je n'ai pas de données fiables pour dire que c'est tel pourcentage. Donc, il y a ce problème de données. Nous avons aussi la méconnaissance des femmes sur ces droits-là, droits concernant les industries extractives, c'est-à-dire qu'elles peuvent promouvoir, qu'elles peuvent revendiquer ces droits par rapport à cela. Et ma question est de savoir, nous voulons, après avoir écouté tout ce qui a été dit ce matin, nous voulons mettre, par exemple, des observatoires au niveau national, c'est-à-dire dans la société civile, on met des observatoires pour justement promouvoir ces droits-là des femmes par rapport aux industries extractives. Est-ce que les partenaires dans la salle peuvent nous rassurer qu'on pourrait être appuyés de manière financière? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I am Beatrice Ndefon from Cameroon, member of Jeune Égalité ECAS as well. My question is, what kind of support does AU, does the African Union Charter has for women who are from the informal sector and from the grassroots postpartum? I'm drawing my inspiration from Article 15 of the AU Charter and Article 13 of the Maputo Protocol that speak to paid maternity leave and social security. Therefore, these women from the grassroots who are unemployed and are not in the formal sector, what kind of support do they have so as to reduce infant and maternal mortality? Thank you.
That's a direct question. So we now come back to the panelists. We'll start with, yeah, Wanjiro, okay, because it seems like most of the questions were linked to the lived realities of the grassroots women, and then we'll come this way.
Thank you so. Thank you so much for the question. Hello? Yeah, now we're good. Okay, so thank you so much for the questions and the reflections and the comments as well. I'll be very fast. Mozambique, I only managed to capture the mention of counseling services on SRHR offered for adolescents, which I think is very commendable, addresses the issue of lack of accurate, timely information. Winfred spoke to a very critical issue on the vulnerabilities and gaps in terms of access to respectful, dignified care for women with disabilities. She also touched on verbal abuse for women with disabilities when they go to deliver. And I think some of these issues have gotten to the Commission. The Commission, and I'm not speaking on your behalf, but it's a public document, the Resolution 625 of 2025, where the Commission condemns all forms of obstetric violence, including verbal abuse that our colleagues spoke about, and it speaks to the need to develop guidelines to address obstetric violence and promote dignified, respectful maternal health care in Africa. And I think this offers an opportunity for standard setting, norm setting for countries in Africa to follow. Joseph spoke of policy gaps, but he also had a question for us in terms of collaborations between CSOs and other actors. What can we do? I think there's a lot we can do. First, at national level, there's opportunity for legal and policy advocacy. And this can be done in many ways, including through strategic litigation. I know some of us in the room conduct strategic impact litigation on a number of issues, including sexual and reproductive health. But because of the meeting we are in today, I also want to really emphasize on colleagues in the room from CSOs, the need to utilize the mechanisms, treaty monitoring body mechanisms that we have at regional level and the global one as well. The opportunities in terms of treaty monitoring, when countries are coming up for review, those recommendations, I don't think they're in vain. It may take time for us in terms of advocacy, but if we utilize those recommendations when we are submitting before courts, when we are making submissions before Parliament, I think eventually we see differences, and Rwanda, I think, is one of the examples on that. We also, I think, have a duty in terms of community awareness creation to destigmatize SRHR. I think criminalization is a problem, but we also have a lot of social criminalization of sexual and reproductive health that I think it's a role for us to play as CSOs. And then there was a question around, and this was asked, I think, severally by the Honorable Commissioner around access to reproductive justice and the challenges in terms of cultural and religious beliefs. There is experience, I think, by a number of national organizations on the gains in engaging cultural leaders. I'll give an example of Malawi, where we have a female senior chief, Chikumbu, who's been working with civil society organizations. She's been sensitized, she's undertaken training, and she's one of the pioneer champions on sexual and reproductive health, including access to abortion for adolescent girls. So I think there's a need to work with cultural leaders, especially when we identify champions amongst them, and religious ones as well. The impact of African values charter, I know she will speak a lot more on that, but also to question us, what are African values on sexual and reproductive health? The concept of we are unaware of where our adolescents are learning about sex and sexuality is a foreign concept. And a number of our African communities, there were proper structures. In some communities, aunts, uncles were charged with sharing this information. Grandparents were the ones who shared this information. We did not have issue around infertility because some of our communities had existing, like values and systems around surrogacy existing in the African context. So I think it's just questioning ourselves on what are our African values. I believe strongly that our African values were pro-SRHR, any values that are against, I think for me, are what are foreign values and non-African. And then there was a question around unintended pregnancies and unsafe abortions. What's the impact? That was asked by a sister from Kenya. We spoke briefly around the impact in terms of education, dropping out of school, and I gave the example of bans on pregnant girls resuming school. But I think even where countries have re-entry policies, we've seen gaps where there is no support offered. For example, who is taking care of this baby when the student goes back to school? Is the issue of stigma from teachers, from fellow students also addressed? I think that has an impact. Cyclic poverty. A teenage pregnant girl is out of school, has delivered. Chances are, sadly, that the cycle, will continue. And so this really impacts on poverty for women and girls. Data segregated data, I don't think, Special Rapporteur, we can really make policies and laws without data or evidence guiding us. So I think that is critical for all states. Yeah, so I think I'll address those. And
Thank you. We will have the Ms. Jong.
Okay.
Yes. We'll take the opportunity also to.
Okay, thank you.
We're running out against time. So.
Yeah, sure. I'll be brief because I'm not going to answer all the questions, but I just highlight a couple of points that I wanted to make during my presentation. Because there was a question about the social security systems in terms of the maternity benefits and leave kind of things. Sometimes when we are looking into the problems, that we need to zoom in to the problems. But when we are seeking the solutions to them, we also need to zoom out sometime. And here, one of the things that I wanted to highlight is that the social security systems, including the universal health coverage, as a key pathway to link the sexual reproductive health and then socio-economic empowerment of women. Because one of the reasons to highlight this is that we also need to tackle the root causes of these problems. If women and families are economically sufficient enough to cover them, then they are less exposed or vulnerable to these kind of situations. So that the social security, even at the minimum level, like social protection floors, can cover the situations that can people avoid these kind of situations. So that the social security systems and then also the covering the universal health coverage is extremely important to prevent the situations that women and girls can be, may be exposed to these kind of situations. But at the same time, the healthcare systems we need to strengthen, because many of the many countries in developing countries, the health system itself is very weak, and also the health insurance often doesn't cover the basic services, including the maternal and child health care systems at all. So this is one of the things. And then another one, in terms of the intersectionality of the issues, then this intersectionality issue does not only affect sexual reproductive health, but many other issues as well. So that in this regard, then we need to, working on the tackling this intersectionality when it comes to the discrimination and all by adopting the non-discrimination legislation, anti-discrimination legislation. So they're providing some enabling environment and then the instruments that can actually prevent the issues like the combination of the different the grounds of discrimination can come into. And then the lastly, we are talking about the different human rights instruments here, international or regional. And then we take it one at a time. But as the panelists before us mentioned that, we need to utilize all these the instruments all together, because each one comes with a different the framework
and then the protection as well. So that we often deal, looking into the CEDAW Convention, for example, and the Maputo protocol, but there are other instruments like a CRPD or ISESCR, which comes with a very specific the tools to provide additional safeguards and protections in terms of the sexual reproductive health. For example, ISESCR, as I mentioned, that it provides maximum available resources duty on states, but not only states, but the international community as well. So that the, not the burdens, but obligations also can be shared between the states and international community, and also the business entities as well. And then it also comes with the minimum core obligations, so that even if the countries don't have enough resources to ensure the implementation of the convention or the rights therein, but at least there is a bottom line that you have to meet. So that is very clear guidance, and also in addition to that, you cannot go back to the previous stage. And then sometimes we have to, it is inevitable that we cannot, we go back in terms of the financial crisis or the pandemic like COVID and all of that. But still, you need to meet the human rights standards even to go back. And then all these are provided by the international and regional international instruments. So that just to wrap up, then we need to use all the instruments that we have at the international, regional, and national level, and then taking all the possible tools coming from these instruments to sort out the problems. And then also, we also need to do some more efforts to make an enabling environment, whether through the legislation or policies or budget allocations, to enhance the sexual reproductive health and rights, among other human rights that that the women need, women should be able to enjoy equally with other partners in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move quickly to Judith.
Mm-hmm. Recognizing that I'm standing between you and lunch, I must be very brief. There was a question on inclusion of LGBTQ in the intersectionality. And I think I have every support. I say rights are indivisible. So you cannot be discriminated based on your sexual orientation or your geography or your ethnicity. So, and I recognize that LGBTQ has been a hot button issue in Africa. But I want to remind ourselves that anti-rights uses hot button issues to confuse everything. First was LGBTQ. It was abortion rights. Now gender equality is being questioned. So for me, and I would love a chance to continue this conversation in the next 2 days, rights are indivisible. And I'm sure there are lots of legal minds here who can unpack that much better than I am able to. So I'll leave it at that for now so we can all go for lunch. On the African Charter, Eric Mundia, you remember him from the opening statement. He is the guru of this. But what I want to say, Dr. Brenda, you remember at the conference in Uganda, a Haki conference, there is a lot of evidence that SRHR is part and parcel of African values, cultural values. And it is time that we unpack this, have the evidence, pack it in digestible formats so that we are able to provide that evidence to guide public discourse, but also decision-making bodies, because this charter is going to be deposited at the AUI here. So we need to provide that evidence that this was part and parcel of African values. CSC is being fought left, right, and center, yet we didn't let our adolescents grow like weeds. They were guarded through that process. Somebody was there, an auntie, a grandmother. And I think some of these rich African values, it's time we reawaken them, package them to really disabuse this notion that SRHR is foreign. It is not foreign, and there are a lot of efforts already happening. We just have to avail that evidence, share it widely. One last question on how do we, grassroots movements, intersectionality. We are so fragmented. Oh, I do economic empowerment, I don't touch SRHR. Within SRHR, I do contraceptives, I don't touch abortion. Or, we are so fragmented. I wish we could be able to appreciate the interconnectedness of the issues from the example that I gave and we've discussed. So that when there's an issue on socio-economic empowerment, SRHR players are also in the room. If there's an issue of SRHR, economic empowerment people are also in the room. Education, cross-sectoral movements. We are organized in sectorally, SRHR movements, economic empowerment movements, education movements. Yeah, these issues. So if we could think practical ways of working cross-sectorally, I think we're going to move the needle on so many issues. They are all interconnected. And just to close by saying that these intersectional barriers knock. When SRHR knocks and you don't answer, no other issue will come through that door. It just blocks. That's how foundational it is. Bon appetit.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I think you will all agree with me that my panelists have done a very good job of elaborating on the critical link between reproductive justice and socio-economic rights, highlighted the barriers in terms of what could actually impede and offered solutions in some cases. Some of the solutions actually came from the plenary, which is very useful, and that is the whole essence of this interactive dialogue between the panelists, the member states, partners, and CSOs. Please, one of the things I want to reiterate, because most times we talk about SRHR issues are African issues. The problem is anathema to Africa. I think this is a global issue. This is a global issue because some of the challenges we are seeing are not coming from Africa now. In fact, we believe that even some of the roadblocks that are being created are originating from the West. So let's take it as a global issue. And one of the things I always tell my, when I have convenings is we should be ready to counter the narrative. Because we cannot stop people from actually spreading a particular narrative. But what we can do is to counter the narrative and make sure that we have the data, the statistics, the resources, so that when things are table, we are ready. We should not be taken unaware. So I think with these few remarks, I would like you to join me to give a round of applause to my panelists for a very good round, and all those who intervene. Thank you very much.
Pendant que Madame la vice-présidente de la commission et les panélistes se font le plaisir d'avoir une photo de groupe, nous avons quelques annonces à vous faire passer, mesdames et messieurs. Cela est relatif, bien entendu, au déjeuner, pour que votre droit à l'alimentation soit respecté. Alors, les coupons pour le déjeuner sont disponibles à la table d'enregistrement que vous avez eue à l'entrée ce matin. Et le déjeuner sera servi dans le couloir, quelque part là, dans une salle. Le personnel de l'hôtel va vous diriger vers là-bas. Le déjeuner va durer 1 heure exactement parce que sur le chronogramme, il y a un retard de plus d'1 heure. Donc, faisons l'effort de nous entraider, sinon on va finir tard aujourd'hui. Merci et bon appétit encore. Je vous remercie.
particulièrement dans le contexte des industries extractives. Comme le maître de cérémonie le disait, cette 4e session sera consacrée à l'éducation en tant que catalyseur de changement. Nous discuterons comment s'attaquer aux disparités, mais surtout comment améliorer l'accès des femmes et des jeunes filles pour ce secteur de l'éducation. Durant cette session, nous discuterons d'une part des progrès réalisés, mais on s'attaquera surtout aux défis qui persistent dans l'accès des femmes et des jeunes filles à l'éducation. Et ce, notamment, dans le cadre de stratégies aussi bien internationales que régionales. Internationales, je citerai notamment le cadre d'action des Nations Unies à horizon 2030, et dans le contexte africain, je citerai plus particulièrement la stratégie continentale sur l'éducation de l'Union africaine, la CESA 16-25. Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, pour ce faire, nous avons avec nous 2 panélistes. Je commencerai par le professeur Nsongurua Udumbana. Bienvenue, professeur, de l'Université de Ritiman, qui va nous entretenir, pour sa part, des stratégies, mais également des politiques continentales pour démontrer à la fois les progrès, mais également les défis de mise en œuvre. Cette discussion sera également alimentée par Madame Karukai Ratsoka, de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Zimbabwe, qui, elle, va nous présenter le rôle particulièrement important des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme dans la promotion de l'accès à l'éducation des femmes et des jeunes filles en Afrique. Mais, mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, avant de donner la parole à nos augustes intervenants, permettez-moi de rappeler cette citation de Nelson Mandela, qui disait que l'éducation est l'arme la plus puissante, la plus forte pour changer le monde. Rappelez par ailleurs que le droit à l'éducation, au-delà d'être un droit fondamental consacré par la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme et de nombreux instruments internationaux et régionaux que nous avons vus ce matin, ce droit à l'éducation a la particularité d'être, je dirais, une clé, une porte qui ouvre la voie, qui permet la réalisation des autres droits fondamentaux, des autres droits qui garantissent la dignité humaine, des autres droits qui garantissent l'autonomisation des individus, particulièrement des femmes et des filles, et également un des droits qui permet également d'ouvrir et d'élargir des horizons nouveaux. Le droit à l'éducation, comme cela a été proposé comme titre à cette session 4, est un véritable catalyseur de changement. Donc, il ne faut pas se contenter de le proclamer dans des déclarations et des instruments, mais il faut également en garantir l'accès. Il faut également maintenir les jeunes filles et les femmes dans le secteur de l'éducation. Il faut assurer leur réussite pour arriver à un réel leadership sur le continent africain. Je me tourne à présent vers nos panélistes et je donne la parole en premier à notre professeur Nsongurua pour poser peut-être, je dirais, un diagnostic ou un état des lieux, des progrès et des défis qui entravent jusqu'à aujourd'hui la réalisation de l'accès à l'éducation pour les femmes et les filles en Afrique. Vous avez la parole, professeur, pour une quinzaine de minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the moderator. I also want to thank the African Commission for inviting me to participate in this event. Actually, for me, for a man like me to be invited to speak to women on women issues indicates magnanimity on the part of women. So I want to thank the women for having me here. I've attended events where you have all men seated, discussing issues. So it actually shows that women are practicing gender equality. That's one. Number two is just to thank you. Number two is just to mention that I'm not with Rima University. I was pro-chancellor of Rima University between 2015 and 2019. as a pro-chancellor. But presently, I'm overseeing the Human Rights Institutes of the Nigerian National Human Rights Commission, okay, on sabbatical of a sort. So that's why I presently this, but I'm also an adjunct professor with the University of Vanda in South Africa. So with that, I want to stand on the existing protocols. Now, I have just a 5 key points to just highlight, and then we can open the discussion. My task actually is just to set the framework on the right to education in Africa, and then maybe speak a little about gender parity and equity and equality with respect to these rights. Just like the moderator has stated, education is a catalyst. Now, Amartya Sen speaks of right as constituting both a constitutive and instrumental freedom, that development as freedom, in a book published in 1999 by the Oxford University Press. And taking from that framework, education is both a constitutive and instrumental freedom. It's an end in itself, as well as a means to an end. Right? It develops the intellect, autonomy, creativity, and dignity as an end in itself. But as a means to an end, education also is a vehicle for lifting people out of poverty, securing economic prosperity, ensuring political participation, and improving health outcomes. Now, and each additional, according to statistics by the World Bank and UNESCO, each additional year of schooling can increase earnings by 10%. Now, so what are the legal frameworks on the right to education? And here, I'm not focusing only on the international legal framework. Oftentimes, we discountenance national legal framework, which is actually primary, because states have the primary obligation to enforce human rights. And we cannot discountenance constitutional and other legal framework at the national level, because that's actually where it matters. States could ratify instruments without actually implementing them because of the dichotomy between international law and municipal law. So when I'm analyzing issues like this, I want to look at what are the constitutional and legal framework at the domestic level before we move to the international level, which could be regional and global. And I found out that there's a strong constitutional framework in Africa on the right to education. 73% of AU members constitutionally guarantee the right to education. 73% from my study. I published a book last year in Taylor and Francis on social and economic rights in Africa, international and public law perspectives. So it's from this study that I can draw some of these statistics. 73% of African countries constitutionally guarantee the right to education in various forms. Now, some guarantee basic education as free and compulsory, such as, I submitted my talking point to the Secretariat, so I don't know if they can project it. Otherwise, I hope you are hearing me. Am I communicating? Right, so some guarantee basic education as free and compulsory. For example, Algeria, Benin, Chad, Congo, Rwanda. For this and a few other countries, basic education is both free and compulsory. Some guarantee free education at all levels. For example, Egypt, Libya, Mali. These are just illustrative examples. Now, some countries guarantee higher education subject to availability of resources. Example is Ghana, which is hosting this event. And in some countries, education is not constitutionally enforceable, directly enforceable in court, but there are directive principles and public policy, such as Nigeria and Sierra Leone. These are guarantees, are directive principles of state policy. But in Nigeria, for example, there is a separate legislation, which is called the Child Rights Act, which makes the right to education an enforceable right. In fact, there is a provision in that act, Child Rights Act of 2003, which provides that a female child who becomes pregnant before completing her education shall be given the opportunity after delivery to continue with her education on the basis of her individual ability. So we can find that a number of constitutions guarantee the right to education in various ways, and we don't have much time to go into details, but it's important to highlight that fact before moving to the regional framework. Now, at the regional level, that is African level, a number of treaties guarantee, almost all human rights treaties guarantee the right to education. African Charter guarantees the right to education in Article 17, and there are 54 state parties to the African Charter, excluding Morocco, and that represents 98% of AU member states. Now, the Children's Charter, that is the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, also guarantees the rights of education to education. We don't need to go into specific articles. I'm sure we are familiar with it, but to stress that there are 50 state parties. These statistics are taken from the African Union. Many of the statistics are not too current. Some are updated 2023, but that's where we can draw the statistics from. So currently, there are 50 state parties to the Children's Charter, which represent 90% of AU member states. Now, there are 44 state parties to the Women Protocol, the Maputo Protocol, which also guarantees the right to education. And that represents 80% of the AU member states. And finally, the Youth Charter also guarantees the right to education, and there are 41 state parties to that charter, which represents 74% of AU member states. So oftentimes when we speak that there is low ratification of this instrument, I do not believe so. 90%, 80%, 98%. As a lecturer, that for me is an excellent performance. It's not only a pass mark, but it's an excellent performance. We could actually move towards universal ratification, but it would not be correct to say that ratification is low, given these statistics. But that is different from implementation. So I want to submit that African states have actually been engaged in robust ratification of the relevant instruments. But that's a different thing entirely from questions of implementation. Now, and it's important to also mention that there are immediate obligations arising with regards to the right to education in Africa, and the implementing mechanism, the African Commission, the African Committee, and I've also indicated that these rights are not just aspirations, they are enforceable, and they create immediate core obligations, such as paying teachers' fees, paying teachers' salaries, ensuring non-discriminatory access, and several others. Now, specifically on gender parity initiatives, a number of hard law also guarantee, also focus on gender parity, like the Women Protocol, which allows pregnant girls, for example, to continue their education after delivery, and also provide for eliminating stereotypes from textbooks. These are just illustrative. And then in addition, we also have soft law instruments, which also speaks like the CISA of 2016 to 2025, which is actually a strategy for implementing or realizing Agenda 2063, as well as the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 4 on education. And one of the pillars of CISA 16 to 25 include gender equity, equality, and sensitivity throughout the education and training systems. And there are a number of other soft law instruments. So in terms of normative framework, I can say that we have a robust normative framework, both at the national and regional level, on the right to education and on gender parity and equality in Africa. That's my personal conclusion, but the reality check is different. And in terms of reality check, there is a significant improvement in primary school enrollment from statistics available within the public sphere. Regions like Eastern and Southern Africa have achieved gender parity at the primary level enrollment, even seeing more girls enrolled than boys. That data is available from the UNESCO. Now, the bad news is that there's major disparities remains, especially in Western and Central Africa, with a ratio of 0 to 91, meaning that for every 100 boys in school, 91 of them are girls. And at the secondary level, now for every 100 boys completing upper secondary school in sub-Saharan Africa, only 76 girls do. Now, what are the key barriers to gender equality and parity? Of course, we are familiar with them. Let me just highlight a few of them, and then we can go into other issues. Social norms, early marriage, cultural biases against educating girls. There's economic pressure. Poverty leads to families to deprioritize girls' education. And then, of course, we have conflict. A number of African countries, there is internal conflict, and oftentimes women are highly affected. They are in IDP camps where there are no adequate educational facilities. So they are disproportionately affected in times of conflict. Several African countries are still engaged in conflict, either fighting insurgencies or fighting civil wars. And all of these have implications on education, and in particular on the right to education of women. So we also have other systemic failures, corruption and embezzlement of education funds. And I want to just speak briefly to this. Oftentimes we classify Africa as a poor country. I've heard that several times. Africa is not a poor continent. Africa is a rich continent by poor leadership. As we are sitting down here discussing, Sarkozy, former president of France, has just been sentenced to 5 years imprisonment for corruption, for trying to secure campaign finance from Libya, an African country. Africa is funding, in fact, during the Industrial Revolution, Africa provided the raw materials to industrialize Europe, and we are familiar with that. Currently, Africa is still supplying raw materials to the rest of the world. So I don't think that Africa is a poor continent. What we have is leaders that do not know how to prioritize, their resources. From statistics, only 4% of average of 4% of budgeting goes to education in Africa. Some countries are far less. Some countries spend only 2% of their budget on education. Now, where does the rest go to? Some go into acquiring armaments to fight civil wars. Some go into conducting of sham elections that do not result in socio-economic development of African countries. Some go into providing robust welfare for politicians. And I'm surprised that each time we have this meeting discussing these issues, we invite academicians like myself, we invite people in NGOs. Where are the political leaders? Because when we are discussing the right to education, it boils down to funding. Teachers are not being paid. Even those who are being paid, the salary that take-home pay do not take them home. So we need to fine-tune how we organize some of these events. We need to invite some of the political office holders in the legislature and in the executive, bring them here and flatter them. So that, because they are the ones that are appropriating resources for education. That's part of the problem in Africa. In Nigeria, where I come from, several boys and girls are roaming the streets of major cities hawking instead of being in school. While politicians are budgeting huge amounts of money for their welfare and other jamboree activities. So I think that's where the issues lie, which is there's problem of systemic failure, non-payment of teachers, corruption and embezzlement of education. And then we also have quality crisis. Just before I hand over, we have quality crisis. Education systems often prioritize rote learning, which is memorization, rather than critical thinking. Much of our curricula needs a renovation, and that girls are equally affected, particularly when we are speaking of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And rote learning does not prepare our children with sufficient skills to compete in a globalized world. So there's a quality crisis. And then there's of course, the challenge of gender parity remains. Problem is not just getting girls into school, but keeping them there and ensuring the education they receive is meaningful. While more women are enrolling, particularly in tertiary education, they account for less than 30% of STEM graduates, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This limits the access to high-quality opportunities. And then, of course, we are familiar with inadequate implementation of a number of the norms. So what's the way forward? And that's my last point. State responsibility, we need to focus on states as the primary entities for the enforcement of human rights. One of the defects of CISA 16 to 25 is that it's focusing on depending on civil society, on regional economic communities, on development partners, etc. Africa has depended on development partners for decades, and it's not taking us anywhere. So I think we need to focus on African states because they have the primary obligation to enforce human rights, including the right to education. So we need to pay more attention, and that's why it's important to also engage political actors in this right, because that's where the funding for education comes from. So primary responsibility lies with African government. Now, there's need for domestic resource mobilization. Curtailing corruption and management is essential. The resources, and this is a statement of mine without apology, the resources are available within if our public office holders can learn to steal less. Now, concrete proactive intervention, abolish school fees to remove financial barriers. Rwanda and Botswana has done so, among a few other African countries. Leverage technology, that's it, to remove learning, especially for girls in conflict zones and displaced camps. Invest in teacher development and pay them regularly and adequately. Focus on quality, shift pedagogy from rote memorization to critical thinking and problem solving. Make curricula relevant to the 21st century. I've been a teacher for 31 years now in the university. We are still teaching British-led curricula during the colonial regime. And that's applicable to a number of African countries. And the world has moved on. So we should make, I'll round up in less than a minute. So we should make curricula, and unfortunately I think I'm preaching to the wrong audience. But it's important that our curricula should reflect the global, the situation we have now. And then actively encourage and support girls to pursue science, STEM courses. We also need homegrown innovation. Africa must stop only mounting technology transfer. We must consciously invest in and subsidize scientific research in our own universities. Technology, like charity, must begin at home. Let me stop here for the time being. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, professeur, pour votre intervention, pour votre brillante intervention dans laquelle vous avez bien voulu rappeler le cadre international, régional, mais de faire en particulier, de mettre l'accent en particulier sur également ce qui existe sur les plans nationaux, donc au plan constitutionnel, les lois, les stratégies internes. Vous avez également mis en exergue les différentes barrières qui peut-être freinent l'accès à l'éducation dans les nombreux États africains, et vous avez terminé par des perspectives d'avenir que je pense nous aurons plus l'occasion de discuter avec les participants. Je vous remercie encore une fois, professeur. Je passe à présent pour donner la parole à Madame Karukai Ratsoka de la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Zimbabwe, qui va partager avec nous l'expérience que pourraient avoir les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme pour assurer un meilleur accès à l'éducation des filles et des femmes dans les États africains. Vous avez la parole, madame, pour une quinzaine de minutes.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. I will write on the protocols already said and also my appreciation for the organizers of this splendid workshop. In my discussion, I will start by talking a bit about what national human rights institutions are, so that we can clearly differentiate them, particularly from civil society organizations, because at times there is a confusion of the two. And secondly, I'll then touch on some of the opportunities which are available with national human rights institutions and the key work they do in terms of advancing human rights in general, and of course specifically human rights for women and girls. I will end by looking at the challenges, because many national human rights institutions experience some challenges. So for an organization to be called a national human rights institution, it should have a constitutional, either a constitutional or a legislative provision. Otherwise, it's not a national human rights institution. The national human rights institutions are state-formed. They are formed by their mandates are usually provided for in the constitution of the country. So because of that, the state cannot raise eyebrows to say, who are you? Who is telling me about that? So that is the greatest advantage which national human rights institutions have, that empowerment. Although they are established by the state, they are supposed to be independent and impartial in the work they do. They are advisors to government, so governments should not really say, oh, no, don't say that. Although our funds come from government, like 70% most of the time for the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, we are empowered by the Constitution, by the legislative framework to do human rights. We are advisors to government, and we report normally to Parliament. We don't report to fellow ministries and the like, and that gives us empowerment. We have to comply, national human rights institutions have to comply with the Paris principles. You know that the national human rights institutions are assessed every 4 years. So if you don't rise up to these aspects I'm talking about, of impartiality, of making sure that you hold the government to account, it will be then difficult to sustain the A rating, for example. A number of speakers have talked about education as a human right. Indeed, it is, and the previous speaker has talked about the various legal frameworks that provide for the right to education, but we have also to realize that human rights education itself is a right. So we have a right to education broadly, but people also have a right to human rights education. It's pointless to make, to form, pour in various instruments which are not known in our countries, which are not known by the grassroots. So that's where national human rights institutions come in to one major duty which they have, is to raise awareness, educate and raise awareness about human rights nationally. And we do that by various ways. But one key thing, if we want people to be aware of human rights, the key thing is integrate into the school curricula so that children learn about that. I'm sure many countries are doing that, because in my country, for example, the younger generation know more about rights compared to the older generation. And that's what we do as national human rights institutions. Ensure the human rights are incorporated, human rights education is incorporated into the school system, but also ensuring that it's incorporated elsewhere. Teacher training colleges, law enforcement agents, we try to catch them when they are still at training, for example, so that they learn and they are able to appreciate even all these gender issues we are talking about before they even go to serve in government. We talked about monitoring, for example, that it is very important to track, and national human rights institutions have that duty of tracking even the implementation of these treaties which member states sign. So when, in some cases, member states do not even submit reports. So national human rights institutions have to follow up to see that these treaties not only are ratified, but also whether reports are being submitted. And also then to do parallel reports, because in most cases we participate in the national compilation of the national report. But of course, member states want to, they are not honest at times about what they say. They say it maybe more directly, or they don't say it at all. They have images to protect. So because of that, there are parallel reports from civil society organizations, but also from national human rights institutions do work. Internal displacements also displace the right to education. The mining sector you are talking about, there are a lot of displacements in my country, and I'm sure in other countries. Wars, cyclones. A few years ago, we suffered cyclone Idai, and it disrupted education. So all these have to be monitored because the impact is greater on women and girls compared to at times boys. And you also realize the fact that women are also in prisons. And so we also monitor prisons and all other places of detention, refugee camps. Those are areas which are hidden away from people. And if we don't go there, you find that in prisons, for example, the vocational type of vocational training which is given, at times is gendered, because you find that in female prisons, they will be doing tailoring and maybe a bit of agriculture. But when you go to male prisons, they have more metal work, they have building, they have carpentry, and they have motor mechanics, and then they are better placed when they get out of the prisons. So the monitoring is it time up? Okay, so the monitoring is very important from a number of perspectives, from also even children in care homes. We also go there. So wherever, and our mandates are so broad as national human rights institutions that we can only be limited by resources, because we can even monitor schools, we can even monitor hospitals, the reproductive health rights you were talking about. We have started monitoring hospitals in Zimbabwe. We're not doing that, but then we realized that a lot of violations were taking place in the hospitals, from the non-provision of adequate drugs to even the poor treatment of women giving birth, the abuses which take place, some of the wards being so, they have so many people that people can deliver even on the floor. So all those things need to be monitored. But of course, there are national human rights institutions face challenges. But before I talk about the challenges, even the research and the advocacy also, we do advocate for legal reforms. We monitor bills, we monitor laws, and when we see gaps, we advocate about them. We produce reports. In Zimbabwe, one success story was is to do with documents, registration documents. We did a national inquiry, and we were able to bring out all the barriers that were making women, girls, and even men in general and boys lack access to documentation. And that report has been used to rectify most of the barriers which we were experiencing in that regard. for that to happen, I will wrap up with the challenges. For that to happen, there has to be political will by the member states to make, to accept the reports, to action them. And at times that political will is lacking, but it lacks mainly in terms of civil and political rights. Rights for women, rights for girls, we find member states more receptive at times compared to the other rights. But many national human rights institutions lack resources. They don't have adequate resources, and because of that, the broadness which I've talked about their mandate is not fully utilized, because in most cases, the countries, either they have financial problems, the member states, but also maybe they even allocate inadequate budget. I wouldn't want to say purposely, but there's the aspect that you end up without adequate funds compared to the ministries. So we have this persistent, we have competing priorities, and also we have difficulties at times in reaching out to hard areas. But we also have the advantage of complaints handling. We are informal, and so people access us. We instead, unlike the courts, we can actually go to communities to investigate, carry out investigations, and after the investigations, produce reports, and then engage or litigate. But in most cases, we find, of course, that we are accessible than compared to the formal courts. But again, when we produce recommendations, it's again up to the stakeholders. At times, it's difficult to enforce some of the recommendations we would have made, especially if there's no litigation. I think I will end there. Thank you for listening.
Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour votre présentation dans laquelle vous avez bien voulu rappeler un petit peu le rôle des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme en tant qu'acteur principal également dans l'exécution et la mise en œuvre des instruments internationaux et régionaux que les États africains veulent bien adopter. Vous avez également parlé ou évoqué les nombreux défis auxquels font face les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme, justement pour améliorer l'accès à l'éducation pour les filles et les femmes au niveau africain. Et vous avez mis justement le doigt sur un point sensible qui est également un point peut-être qu'on aura l'occasion par la suite d'aborder, et qu'il faut qu'il existe une réelle volonté politique des États pour mettre en œuvre les obligations juridiques. Je vais maintenant me retourner vers la salle pour accorder la parole aux participants afin d'enrichir le débat. Je vous demanderai simplement d'être précis et direct pour peut-être permettre une grande participation. Allez-y, madame.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Je crois que la thématique abordée tout à l'heure, elle est très importante. Bon, j'ai bien écouté, l'accent a été mis sur l'éducation, sachant qu'on ne peut pas parler d'éducation si la femme ne sait ni lire, ni écrire, ou alors calculer. Je n'ai pas entendu parler de l'alphabétisation de ces filles et des femmes. Je vais prendre des références dans mon pays. Au Gabon, on a plus de 23% de filles et femmes qui sont analphabètes. Est-ce que la Commission des droits de l'homme s'est penchée sur ce problème? Si oui, qu'est-ce qu'on peut bien saisir là-dedans? Merci beaucoup.
First of all, thank you very much for the excellent presentation by the panelists. I have a quick question regarding the privatization of education in the African continent, because we know that through the private-public countries taking these measures to use the private education institutions to provide, the education, especially to the disadvantaged, the populations in the country, so that in a way this helps the education more available and accessible by the students, but at the same time the education and even the hidden cost coming along with these private institutions have been criticized and identified as a real barriers to accessing the quality education. And then in this regard, I mean, the African Commission has adopted this groundbreaking General Comment number 7 about the privatization of the public services in this regard. So then my question is that what efforts has been made to ensure that this the privatization of education, particularly the primary education, actually contribute to the realization of right to education, particularly by the disadvantaged populations. And then, I mean, this is a relatively new the general comments adopted by the African Commission, but what has been the contribution of this general comment in this regard, and then what potential you see this general comment has for making, how can I say, not exactly the stopping the privatization, but make sure the privatized public services can contribute to the realization of right to education and other ESCR rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. My question is to you, just to understand, because you talked about our educational system, the curriculum being archaic, and so on. So my question is, one, how do we then ensure that our education meets the realities of, the community? And secondly, what's your thoughts around the whole decolonization of, knowledge production, and how does that link to why up to now we are unable to transform our educational systems? Thank you.
Oui, une dernière intervention. Je donne la parole aux intervenants et après je reviens à la salle. Allez-y, madame. Oui.
Thank you very much. I want to also highlight an issue I think that was overlooked during the presentations, and that constitutes also a barrier in terms of access to education, is austerity. Our countries are faced with austerity demands from especially international financial institutions, telling them to cut public spending on education, on healthcare, and we see how education budgets are plummeting over the years. And this definitely has a disproportionate impact on women and girls' access to education. And we know nowadays that there is a mobilization regarding domestic resource mobilization within our countries to ensure that they generate enough resources to inject and invest sustainably in education. So what is your thought about it? Thank you.
Commissaire Lita, si vous permettez, je donne la parole aux intervenants et je reviens à un deuxième tour. Je donne d'abord la parole aux intervenants pour répondre aux questions et je reviens à vous dans un deuxième tour de questions. Okay.
The first question, thank you very much for all the questions. The first question that is directed at me is on privatization of education. And it's a beautiful question. But now let me first start by saying that I'm a product of public schools. I attended, my primary school used to be called elementary school in our time, was public. My secondary school was public. My university education was public, right? But public schools have collapsed in most African countries. I may not say all, but in many African countries, public school systems have collapsed. Why? Because of conflict, because of poor funding of education. When teachers are being owed for several months, they go on strike. And then they look for other sources of income. They leave the children in schools, and some of them are hawking on the street because of no education. So some countries allow for private participation, a number of countries, Ghana and a few other ones, subject to regulation. But the problem is that, and this goes to the root of the issue, the problem is not with privatization. The problem is with commercialization. Many countries allow for privatization, but they do not regulate the fees. And so, because private institutions remain the places where you have semblance of quality, since public schools actually, many public schools have collapsed due to several factors which I've highlighted. So private institutions remain where you have semblance of quality, and many of them are cashing in on that to make huge profit out of it. And poor families cannot afford. And usually where there's a prioritization of resources, girls are usually shortchanged. So it's a problem. I don't have problem with public-private participation, but there should be a firm measures to ensure that commercialization does not deprive many families of the opportunity to have quality education. That's my take on that. The other question has to do with education meeting national development. Well, it will entail decolonization. Many African countries, almost all African countries, were colonized one time or the other, and part of the heritage of colonialism is the education curricula which we inherited. And many of the European countries have moved on. They have designed new curricula to meet the current standards, but we are slow in catching up with that. And sometimes it is the legislative framework that is available in the country that you have to pass on to the students, right? So there are laws on property in Nigeria, for example, which were based on 1943. Actually, the Evidence Act of Nigeria was adapted from the Indian Evidence Act of English Evidence Act of 2014. Now, 1914 rather. It was not until just a few years ago that the Evidence Act was modified. And the same thing goes for criminal law, property law, a number of other. So they are still based on the colonial legal system. So I think we need to decolonize the national system and design a curricula that meets indigenous needs. Now, austerity demands on international financial systems on African states, that's not a question really, that's a comment, and I agree with you. Africa is held captive by World Bank and several other countries. And until we can liberate ourselves out of it, we need to think indigenous so that we can meet the needs of indigenous population. So for me, I fully agree with that question, that we need to liberate ourselves. African government need to liberate ourselves from, and that goes to the question I said, Africa is not a poor continent. It is because our political leaders, many of them, not all, are stealing the resources of this continent, keep running to World Bank and the IMF to look for money, be able to finance infrastructure. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Vous avez la parole, madame.
Okay, thank you. I'll comment, I think, on austerity and privatization because they are affecting particularly my country very much, because it started as austerity measures because of ISAP. And the government did a lot of cuts, particularly on expenditure on services like education. But of course, unfortunately for my country, we then went under sanctions after implementing the land reform program. So really, because of that, government funding towards education became less, and although we have a good infrastructure in terms of schools, but they are not well funded, the public schools. So what is the result? The result, of course, is privatization and commercialization of education, whereby it's reached the proportion whereby people are even turning their homes into schools, and they are getting a market for that, because parents are trying hard to remove their children from the public schools. So that then means, we have become even retrogressive, where maybe better off our education system, maybe was better off in the past 10 years ago compared to what it is now. Instead of developing, many countries even retrogress, and that then, when that happens, then I think the impact is felt more by girls, by women, because young girls are going to these schools which are not properly regulated by the government. Who knows, many aspects, many unheard things are coming out, including even for boys, issues of sodomy and things like that, which have never been heard before. So I think we need to advocate more for the government to take charge and ensure that the schools return to the government, to the public sector, where they are properly regulated. Otherwise, the private sector is very difficult to regulate.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup à nos intervenants pour ces clarifications et ces éléments de réponse. Je me retourne encore une fois à la salle pour un deuxième tour de questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the floor. And I would like to also take this opportunity to congratulate the two presenters and to say that I would also like to apologize for coming late. I was discussing education. We have had a meeting with the Pan-African University on education, and so I'm very happy that this session is literally speaking to some of the things that came up in this meeting where I was. So I'm taking the floor to ask one simple question. Right to education. What kind of education? I think, Prof, you have raised that. A speaker spoke before me and talked about the challenges we are having. Are we talking about right to Western education or right to education? Number one. Number two, Prof has raised the issue of the dilemma that we have faced across the continent of private schools springing up and drawing from the public schools. And so what we have now is skewed type of education, where children from poor and rural families have been left out in the new private education dispensation. And on that, I would like to say we even have a bigger problem, because the private education that our children are getting, those who have access to it, is a brainwashing education. If you look at what the curriculum in public education that we went through, those of us who went through public education, we had genuine education. We were taught African history. We were taught about resources. We knew about Africa's wealth. If you go to a private education that our children are getting, they are learning very shallow things. They have nothing to do with the future of this continent. So that is the other challenge. So now to finish, my question is, how do we balance the right to education, which we now call formal education, with the other forms of education, which includes indigenous knowledge systems? And we have seen China develop from its own indigenous knowledge. So what have we learned from this, and how can we make a turn back to actually value our own education. And this last one, I'm asking in my capacity as the chair of indigenous communities in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissaire Lita. Yes, Madame. Je vous demanderai simplement d'être brève.
Yes, thank you very much. My question goes to Professor and maybe all of us on the issue of the quality of education, our education system. I think on that one, all of us agree that our education system in Africa does not address our own need. The politicians agree, the parents agree, even the children agree. Now, my question to him and to all of us is, what is preventing us from changing? What is preventing us as a continent from changing our education system to suit our needs? Thank you very much.
Merci. S'il vous plaît, au monsieur et la dame et en clôture. Merci.
Merci, honorable commissaire. Je suis Dr Bologo de la Commission des droits de l'homme du Cameroun. Je voudrais tout d'abord féliciter les différents orateurs pour leur présentation. Et je vais faire une observation et je vais poser une question plus tard. L'observation va à l'endroit du professeur, cher maître. Lui dire qu'il ne soit pas offusqué de ne pas être devant le panel adéquat lorsqu'il a fait sa présentation, parce que forcément, il y a des personnes ici qui vont relayer ce qui a été dit vers les décideurs. Maintenant, ma question va à l'endroit de ma collègue du Zimbabwe. Elle a dit qu'en tant que INDH, nous avons une mission, c'est celle de faire le suivi des différentes recommandations. Maintenant, nous savons que la mise en œuvre des droits économiques, sociaux et culturels en général, le droit à l'éducation en particulier, est généralement confronté à un blocage. Dans la plupart des pays en Afrique, et au Cameroun en particulier d'où je viens, le gouvernement nous pose toujours comme blocage le principe de progressivité. On nous dit, vous savez, ça va prendre du temps pour mettre en œuvre tel ou tel autre droit. En tant que INDH, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire concrètement pour contourner ce blocage? Parce qu'il faut ici que nous partions avec des réponses pratiques, des stratégies pratiques pour la mise en œuvre du droit à l'éducation en particulier, mais des droits économiques, sociaux et culturels en général. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
I know we're running out of time, so I'll keep it brief.
Il y avait la dame qui avait demandé la parole avant vous.
Yeah, I did.
Derrière.
Sorry, thank you, Commissioner. My question is literally just a comment, please. So with AI reshaping global industries, how can extractive industry revenues and policies be redirected to create sustainable pathways of women and girls into STEM and AI careers, ensuring they are not left behind in the digital economy? It's just a comment. Thank you.
Ça sera la dernière question.
So I'll just end this session, actually add that it did come out a little bit, but I just also wanted to re-emphasize the impact of the conflict. And looking at Sudan, for example, for the past 2 years, girls have been out of school. And the impact of displacement as well. So for those that are in Sudan right now, already there's no access to education. But those that are outside of Sudan as well, we did a recent study in the Kriandongo camp in Uganda. We spoke to 258 girls. And out of the 258 girls, only 8% are currently enrolled in school, which actually some of them are part of the host community. 80% of them mentioned that they've been experienced violence, trauma, etc., right? When we talk about other kinds of education. But I think maybe my comment, it's a comment just to emphasize also the barriers when we talk about the conflict and the larger impact it has with over 10 million out of school, right? But my comment also would be, or question would be, what is the role of the host community in the displaced girls that are out of school in the different camps that they are? Thank you.
Merci. Je me retourne maintenant vers les intervenants. Très brièvement, s'il vous plaît, parce que pour ne pas dépasser le temps, il y a encore 2 sessions. En 2 minutes, très rapidement, les questions et les commentaires des participants. Professeur.
How do we balance the right to education with indigenous education? And that's a very good question. And central to that problem is the question of decolonization, right? Now, in my country, that's Nigeria, and this may be applicable to a number of other African countries. We have graduates who read civil engineering, mechanical engineering. Julius Berger is a German construction company, but it has been the one monopolizing the construction industries until Chinese company also joined for several decades. But we have been having graduates in Nigeria in civil engineering, mechanical engineering. So there's a decolonization problem. How come that we do not have vaccine for malaria, which is essentially an African problem? But we had, COVID came out just within a matter of few years, we had vaccine for COVID. But for several decades, we do not have vaccine for malaria. But we have been producing pharmacists and doctors and scientists. It's a problem of decolonization. In 1963, Kwame Nkrumah published a book titled Africa Unite. But then it was not being heard as at that time. So we are divided among, we don't even have a language that unites us. We are all seated here interpreting in English, in French, in Portuguese, in Arab, and several other countries. So how can we even unite to even design an educational curriculum that suits us? The West will not want us to indigenize because we are still shipping raw materials, exporting raw materials, instead of manufacturing and producing something out of the raw materials. We export oil, we export cocoa as raw material, we export textile products as raw materials, and then they will produce chocolate and then ship it back to Africa for us to buy. So it's a problem of decolonization, and this is not an avenue for us to discuss that. But I think, like I said earlier on, let's bring in the political leaders. They are the decision makers, those in the legislature and the executive. I'm preaching to the choir here. So we need to invite them and flatter them, and then see whether they can help us to fine-tune the curricula that we teach. I'm really frustrated in academics. I've been teaching European law for several years, and nothing is moving in my country. So we need to sit down and redesign a curricula that fits our indigenous community. What is preventing us from changing the educational system of our country? I think I've taken care of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just comment on someone who asked about what can we do differently to ensure access to education if we're on a mission to achieve education as a right. How can we remove the blockages? Someone said rights are interdependent. So socio-economic rights like education are dependent very much on the civil and political rights. The governance issues, issues of mismanagement, issues of corruption, if all those are dealt with, if our African states deal with that, then the resources will be available. Because the resources we are talking about, as African states, we have them, but it depends on where they are going. Are they going to service delivery? Most of them. So the moment we just look at the problems we are meeting in education as just, socio-economic problem, then that's not the whole picture. If we address all the other governance issues, then we'll have the resources to remove the blockages we have been talking about. Thank you.
point? Just 30 seconds.
Just 30
I think language, we need to start from language. Okay? Language is important to indigenous education. As I'm speaking now, a number of Africans have started teaching Chinese in schools. But we don't have a common language even in many countries, let alone African countries. We have children who are born the first 5 years, they are speaking their indigenous language. As soon as they start school, they switch to English. And so there's a confusion the rest of their life. So we need to start from language. That's where decolonization begins.
Merci beaucoup. Chers participants, mesdames et messieurs, nous arrivons à la fin de cette session. Je voudrais encore une fois remercier et féliciter les intervenants pour leur brillante communication. Vous féliciter, chers participants, d'avoir enrichi ce débat et cette discussion. Vous l'avez bien vu, cette session nous a permis encore une fois de constater que les cadres légaux sont là, que des politiques ambitieuses et prometteuses sont là, mais qu'une fois de plus, il ne faudrait pas que ces politiques, que ces plans de gestion, que ces instruments internationaux et régionaux restent de simples bannières symboliques. Il faudrait qu'on passe maintenant à l'action. Et surtout, il faudrait peut-être rappeler encore une fois que l'accès à l'éducation pour les femmes et les jeunes filles en Afrique n'est pas une option, n'est pas un choix politique. Il s'agit d'une question de dignité pour arriver justement à un développement de nos sociétés africaines pour ne laisser personne de côté. Je vous remercie, mesdames et messieurs, d'avoir participé à cette session.
Merci bien, l'honorable commissaire Sassi et aux panélistes qui ont brillamment mené les travaux de cette discussion. Et sous vos acclamations, ce panel va se retirer. Merci bien. Alors, sur le chronogramme de cette journée, nous avons encore 2 séances. Une qui va commencer tout à l'heure et dont j'appelle le modérateur, l'honorable Aver Gavard, vice-président de la commission du comité sur les droits des enfants. L'honorable Aver. Il n'est pas dans la salle? Il n'est pas là. Alors, en attendant que on trouve... Oh, d'accord. Je suis désolé, madame. Donnez-nous 1 minute que la photo de cristallisation de ce moment puisse être faite. Voilà, avec de larges sourires à la hauteur des interventions qui ont eu lieu tout à l'heure. Merci. Alors, madame l'honorable Aver Gavard, vice-présidente du comité sur les droits des enfants, s'installe pour modérer ce taux de panel qui est dénommé Santé et protection sociale. Assurer une couverture universelle et remédier aux vulnérabilités. Les intervenants sur ce panel sont en premier lieu madame Ayad Douabou, que nous attendons sur l'estrade. La seconde intervenante est madame Yvonne Ferguson et madame Wanjiru Kamanda du Centre pour les droits reproductifs est aussi attendue sur l'estrade. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, le décor qui est planté pour ce avant-dernier panel de cette journée. Merci. Voilà. On se presse un peu. Nous n'avons que 1 heure pour finir les 2 séances qui nous restent. Merci beaucoup. Madame la modératrice, avec votre permission, on va vous céder la police des débats. Merci et bonne chance à vous.
Very much. Mr. Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, colleagues. I especially welcome members of the panel here with me. Good afternoon. Okay, so we have 1 hour to talk on the topic of health and social protection, ensuring universal coverage and addressing vulnerabilities. This is an easily relatable topic. As a critical human right, access to health generally, and especially sexual and reproductive health and rights, bestows an irretrievable right to individuals to make their own choices, to take their decisions and about their bodies, about their sexuality and reproduction, free from coercion, free from discrimination. That's on the one hand, and on the other hand, that right grants them unhindered access to information and all health facilities and interventions as provided by government. And then the access to social protection for women and other vulnerable groups remains largely unattainable due to a plethora of factors, notable among which are gender discrimination, structural inequalities within the system, etc. So this session will bring about the intersectionality issues side by side with the issue of access, a key pillar of which is the issue of disability too. And so are these critical human rights achievable to this group of people on the basis of vulnerability, or do they remain mere aspirations? So to speak to these issues, we have this very competent-looking panel. We have Ms. Aya Duabu to talk from the Global Initiative for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. She's just the right person to talk on the status of women's access to healthcare, particularly SRHR and social protection services across Africa. And the second presentation will be done by Ms. Yvonne Ferguson, Mothers to Mothers, an organization here in Ghana. And the last presentation will be about ensuring universal health coverage and addressing vulnerabilities, perspectives from the grassroots and emerging trends. And this will be done by Ms. Gitao of Equality Now. And so you are welcome to the panel. We have about 1 hour, from which I think I have taken 3 minutes. And so will we advise ourselves, noting that we have to go back to the floor for feedback. And so I call on the first person, Ms. Aya Duabu of the Global Initiative for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. You're welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, can you? Oh, yeah, it's better. Thank you so much, Honorable Gava. I stand on existing protocol. And let's dive already. In terms of data, overall data on women's access to healthcare, particularly sexual and reproductive health and rights and social protection. So in 2019, almost half of the women in sub-Saharan Africa did not have access to essential healthcare during pregnancy and childbirth. And in 2017, sub-Saharan Africa accounted for roughly 2/3 of all maternal deaths in the world. In 2023, sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia accounted for around 87% of the estimated global maternal death. Sub-Saharan Africa alone accounted for around 70% of maternal death, while Southern Africa accounted for around 17%. So that gives a picture of how serious the issue of maternal death is in our shores in sub-Saharan Africa. On social protection on the African continent, 827 million totally or partially lack social protection coverage in Africa. And globally, over 63% of women still give birth without access to maternity benefits, with the figure reaching 94% in sub-Saharan Africa. Social protection is mostly accessible to workers in the formal sector. But nearly 83% of employment in Africa is informal, right? And women make up around 90% of the informal economy. So this again gives you a picture of the deprivation in terms of social protection coverage in Africa, especially for women and girls. So working in the informal sector leaves women often without any protection of labor laws, social benefits such as pension, healthcare, or paid sick leave. Now, why do women do not get the care that they need? Because healthcare, social protection, I must say, is expensive, and our countries have a seriously constrained fiscal space. What does it mean? It means that our countries do not spend the required minimum threshold that they are supposed to spend on healthcare and public services generally, which include social protection, education, etc. I will give the example for Ghana, the very country hosting this workshop. In our upcoming report by the Global Initiative that we are producing on the impact of austerity measures on education and healthcare, we have found that Ghana has not been funding healthcare as a percentage of GDP the way it's supposed to be. You know, the WHO has a recommendation that states that for countries to achieve universal health coverage, they must allocate at least 5 to 6% of their GDP to healthcare. And it has to be in combination with the Abuja Declaration commitment, which says that it's countries themselves that made a commitment to allocate at least 15% of their budget to healthcare. And the country has not reached that minimum threshold. So in terms of GDP, it spends only 3.7% of the GDP for healthcare. In 2022, that's data from 2022. In Kenya, for example, government expenditure on healthcare as a percentage of GDP also decreased from 5.39% in 2010 to 4.33% in 2022, again falling below that minimum threshold. Now, why are public services such as healthcare, social protection underfunded? Because our countries, again, I said, have a seriously constrained fiscal space due to what? Unsustainable debt levels, illicit financial flows, austerity measures, which operate in a very unfair international financial architecture. Regarding debt, many of our countries have access to loans on very wrong conditionalities and super high interest rates compared to richer countries because we are labeled as bad payers, whereas in reality, we spend more on debt repayment than on healthcare. That's the case of Ghana, for example. We prioritize debt repayment over education and healthcare and social protection and so on. And because we mostly borrow the money from international financial institutions, private creditors, we find ourselves faced with austerity measures. Austerity means that the countries have to cut public spending on education and healthcare and increase indirect taxes that disproportionately affect vulnerable households and where women and girls are overrepresented, such as value-added taxes. Also, our countries are faced with illicit financial flows. I'm happy we are having this discussion in the context of extractive industries because extractive industries account for over 44 billion of US dollars lost every year as part of the 88.6 billion that Africa loses every year to illicit financial flows. So we are in countries that are resource rich, that roll out the red carpet to extractive industries in order to attract foreign direct investment. And what do they do in return? They steal. They exploit our resources without paying their fair share of taxes. Why? Because we operate in an unfair international financial architecture that prioritizes resident-based taxation over source-based taxation. I mean, multinational companies are headquartered in other countries. They are registered there, but the actual economic value is within our shores. And because they are registered in other countries, they are like, okay, I already pay taxes in that other country, so by virtue of the principle of non-double taxation, I should not be taxed in the country where I actually generate economic value. The problem is that the residence country is most of the time a tax haven. So they don't pay tax there, they don't pay tax here either. So what happens, the country cannot even leverage the economic activity. They can't raise taxes from the economic activities that happen within their shores, so they cannot have money to spend on healthcare, on social protection, on education. And what does it mean when our services, public services, are underfunded? It means that our hospitals are dilapidated. It means that there's an inadequate number of trained health professionals and bad healthcare facilities, or even it means that pregnant women have to walk long distances to have access to the nearest public health facility. Can you imagine, I saw a woman who was carried, pregnant woman in rural Senegal, who was carried by some community members in a very flooded place because there was no road to access the nearby hospital. There is also the issue of out-of-pocket payment, privatization, because, there is not a lot of public hospitals available, so that means it's only those who have money to pay, especially women, who are mostly vulnerable, that have to face this access, this barrier. So in terms of solutions that we could propose is, first of all, to strengthen domestic resource mobilization. It is possible, actually. I said that countries currently operate in a very unfair international financial architecture. And now our African countries are trying to reverse this status quo. In fact, they have started the work. So at first, it was the OECD that was setting the rules when it comes to international tax cooperation, but now they are taking this to the UN level through a UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. That says that when it comes to setting the rules for international tax, we want to be on an equal footing. And it's the Africa group that is really leading this change at the UN level. Secondly, is to ensure accountability in the health sector, because not only our public health facilities are dilapidated, I'm struggling with this word, but not only our health facilities are in a very poor state, I think that would be easier, but also sometimes healthcare professionals are really rude and don't treat, especially women during labor, they don't treat them well at all. And they practice there are some practices that are very invasive, like episiotomy, which is super wrong, but it happens in our facilities. And I think if we hold those healthcare professionals to account, there will be a change. And this is something, even at the global initiative, we've started doing through participatory action research. So, for example, in a city of Ivory Coast called Gagnoa, we have conducted a participatory action research on access to healthcare, where we put together different stakeholders, including healthcare professionals, and they were sensitized on the need to place human rights at the heart of healthcare delivery. And what they did is that now the local government has established a complaints management committee in charge of monitoring potential human rights violation in healthcare facilities. And also midwives have put together money to rehabilitate the neonatal unit of the regional hospital. So I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for keeping time too. Yeah, you started with very bleak statistics, across the sectors of maternal mortality, access to social protection, and all of that. Shortfalls in health spending are not necessarily compliant with the Abuja Declaration, but the proposals you have at the end are they raise our hopes, the solutions you have proffered. So thank you for your presentation. The next, we have a presentation from Ms. Yvonne Ferguson of Mothers to Mothers Ghana. She's going to talk on the barriers to accessing adequate and quality health services towards a solution-oriented approach. So.
Fantastic, yeah. Good afternoon, standing on all existing protocols. It gives me great pleasure to talk about a subject that is very passionate to my heart. Please forgive me, I've lost my voice, but I'm going to try and get through. I think a number of global instruments and statutes have been referred to throughout this morning and this afternoon that reaffirms the international community's commitment to advancing human rights, including, the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the... Can we have the next slide, please? I've gone straight. We can skip a couple of the slides. I think the next one, we can go to the next one as well. Yes, so there are a number of instruments and statutes that reaffirms the international community's commitment to advancing human rights, and a number of member states have also pledged to eradicate extreme poverty, ensure universal health coverage, education, social protection, and address disparities in economic and social rights. But despite these above referenced global commitments, I think we're on the second slide after that, Africa continues to lag behind in providing adequate and affordable health and social protection services. Many AU instruments remain undomesticated or have been poorly implemented at national level, but some universal health coverage initiatives exist. Yet women in marginalized communities, as the previous speaker has emphasized, continue to face significant barriers, particularly concerning access to sexual reproductive health rights interventions. And despite the recent advancements in medicine and technology, which we know have transformed healthcare delivery, many barriers exist at multiple levels and continue to prevent equitable access to services, especially amongst marginalized women. So today we're going to be talking about some of the barriers, and I like the two sessions prior and the emphasis on intersectionality. I think today we've heard a lot of I words. I'm a fan of mnemonics. So we've heard interdependence, interconnectedness, intersectionality, interrelatedness, and I think that it would be very improper to even assume that these barriers are actually in siloed and compartmentalized spaces. They are very, very fluid. I always say that the barriers are still fighting for divorce because economic barriers and systemic barriers and social cultural barriers are not necessarily standing on their own. So we'll explore some of these barriers. I've tried to categorize them, but you know that these are in no way final categorizations and cannot really be pigeonholed as such, but it helps us to be able to have a structured discussion. Some of the key words as we explore these barriers include universal health coverage. What does it actually imply? And I've emphasized that it's very important that you recognize the interdependence, the intersectionality, the interconnectedness of other constructs like human rights, gender equality, and sustainability. We can't have this discussion without referencing the sustainable development goals. And I think I've moved on to the 6th slide. So we're going to start with economic barriers. And I think Aya has spoken to a bit of the economic barriers. We're very aware of the challenges women in Africa face in terms of economic disadvantage, which increases and further deepens their vulnerability, especially among women. We are all familiar with the exorbitant cost of care, the gaps in insurance coverage. In countries like Ghana, even if you have insurance, the out-of-pocket costs can be very prohibitive and very formidable. Transportation costs that women face, especially in rural and underserved areas, where distances to healthcare facilities can be substantial. So you have significant economic barriers. I don't think we can exhaust the economic barriers here, but it's very important to also highlight the sexual division of labor and the lack of access to economic resources as a result of patriarchal social norms that disadvantages women. The next set of barriers I'll talk to is the systemic barriers, and it's a systemic fact. I'd say developing countries, and can we have the 7th slide? I'm trying to race through the time. So we talk about systemic barriers. There's barriers that are inherent in our system, health systems, in our health structures, in our community systems for providing care. And it's a fact that developing countries have no buffers. I always say, what else should we do? By the time you're asking me to recycle, that newspaper has covered a book, that newspaper has been used to light a fire, that newspaper has been used to wrap food. We have no buffers. We have little investment. I think Aya stressed that very much. In health centers, we have no budgets. We have poor access to information, limited access to modern means of communication, internet, social media access, and very minimal, reliable national surveillance data on healthcare. So you throw into this quagmire the rising burden of disease versus the lack of dedicated budgets. You have an endemic systemic barriers that prevents women from accessing quality healthcare. At the systemic level, we look at the supply side as well as the demand side factors. And I work in the health sectors. I have a very good example. I was rushed to the emergency one. I was having a near cardiac situation, and they took my BP, and I asked them, do you have an ECG machine? I was in the emergency. They say, we don't have one, but we have one in the theater downstairs. I walked myself to the theater. The ECG machine was not working. There was no paper. I said, do you have a cardio ward? He said, sure, we do have a cardio ward. I walked upstairs 3 floors. The ECG machine was not working. At that point, I convinced myself I needed to get well. So I took some aspirin, and I was, took my BP, took my whatever, amlodipine or whatever I had, and I was on my way home. It was 2 a.m. Nobody even realized I had left the hospital. And then when we talk about systemic barriers, those are typical African hospitals for you. And it reminds me of a book I read, African Markets, Parallel, Fragmented, and Black. Our hospitals are fragmented. We have fragmented healthcare systems that don't speak to themselves, results in poor quality. So supply-side constraints continue to limit access to quality healthcare. No inbuilt mechanisms for information on service provision, weak health promotion opportunities, provider shortages, staff attrition. The list continues. High client-provider ratios, unfavorable limited clinical hours. My sister is a district director of health. I asked her one day, when you test people for HIV, you still test them for TB because of the parallel co-infection. She said, you're very lucky. I've tested you for HIV. I should test you for TB. You think I'm just sitting here the whole day just because of your services. I'm very busy. I have all these clients out there. It's like a market here. So unfavorable limited clinic hours, limited healthcare infrastructure, but more importantly, in our current context with, our lack of tolerance for difference, discriminatory laws that impede women's ability to make informed decisions about their own bodies and access relevant and essential SRHR services. Of course, inadequate referral systems, one-stop shop options are lacking. We should be able to provide one visit where you access all your services in one location. And I think the most worrying barriers are the not so visible systemic barriers like bias, like discrimination and stigma. So I'm going to focus a bit on stigma, and I believe I'm on the 9th slide. Yes, sorry. So some of the systemic barriers, I want to focus a bit on stigma. And despite advances in medical treatment, I'm in the HIV sector, I think stigma remains one of the most endemic structural barriers for accessing health service provision, and it manifests itself in healthcare worker discrimination, stereotyping, and self-stigma from the clients themselves, which manifests in social isolation, feelings of shame, low self-esteem, which leads to fear and avoidance and exclusion of themselves from actually accessing services. And these barriers lead to poor health access, poor outcomes, and exclusion of certain people, stigma labels, stigma brands. And I tell people, my name is not Yvonne. I'm not wearing my sexual orientation on my sleeve. I'm not wearing my gender on my sleeve. But healthcare workers like to label. And labeling excludes certain vulnerable families and vulnerable groups and populations from healthcare services. And next slide. So I think we're all familiar with how stigma plays out, the intolerance of difference, the humiliation, the disgrace, the embarrassment, the dishonor. People would rather stay at home and not go to hospitals because of stigma. And healthcare worker stigma, I beg your pardon, tends to be more pervasive and more destructive. Impacts of stigma on accessing quality sexual reproductive health rights. And I work with a lot of teenage pregnant young women, some as young as 12. They'll tell you, you're supposed to go to school. Why did you get yourself pregnant? And even though the services are available, young people cannot access them because the labeling and the branding become major barriers of access to them. Stigma also impacts access to HIV prevention, access to sexual reproductive health rights services, and becomes an endemic barrier to treatment success, leading to poor health outcomes, poor service uptake, and a lot of huge mental health issues, which become a vicious cycle and becomes endemic and a significant barrier to quality care access, thereby increasing the risk for disease transmission. So we can't talk about access to healthcare and barriers to healthcare without talking about structural stigma, external stigma, self-stigma, societal stigma, and ensuring that we are able to provide services without labeling the beneficiaries for whom the services have been designed for. We have social barriers at the systemic level, which are client-centered, demand-side type barriers. Many of us have certain impressions of what Western medicine is supposed to be. There's a lack of trust, a lack of understanding. So especially, and I like Commissioner's reference to indigenous communities. Indigenous communities have very strong traditional religious beliefs, and even if the service is provided free, there's a certain lack of trust in accessing those services. There's a certain poor perception of personal risk and poor risk aversion. How many of you have seen those huge African trucks with, almost 200 pieces of items sitting in the trucks and dangling at a tangent and still driving? There's a risk. Our perception of risk is very poor. Now, again, our risk aversion to disease acquisition is also poor. But that is also fueled by an insufficient and inaccurate understanding of diseases. A lot of myths and misconceptions, especially amongst adolescents. People believe that family planning is terrible. Family planning makes you gain weight. Family planning means you're being promiscuous. So all those myths and misconceptions prevents uptake of services. And in the last year, we've run a campaign called Don't Buy It. Don't buy the myths, but look out for the truth. And myths and misconceptions, especially amongst adolescent populations, becomes a barrier to accessing services. You can throw in also women's attitudes and beliefs, limited access to information, and gender-based violence, all of which become social barriers to access in healthcare. And of course, the cultural barriers we can't talk about. We can't engage in this discourse without talking about negative cultural norms, spiritual traditional beliefs, unsafe, harmful traditional cultural practices that all affect women's health-seeking behavior. And of course, you have the low levels of awareness, and I'm on the slide 11, and poor attitudes and imbalances, and I think someone mentioned in the morning, all the inequitable patriarchal norms that hinder women's autonomy and restrict their ability. We found that a lot during COVID. When the lockdown happened, a lot of women who were in treatment were not able to actually explain and excuse themselves from their homes to be able to continue accessing services because of some of these inequitable patriarchal norms. And gender hierarchies in our countries places women in particular in unequal positions, leading to unequal distribution of power and resources. So basically, all of these barriers produce a range of inequalities that disproportionately affect marginalized groups, especially women and girls, and their ability to access life-saving services. And at this stage, I want to focus just on one slide on gender inequality. And if we can look at the 14th slide. Musa, are you helping me? Yeah. So gender equality poses significant risk for women and girls, especially issues like unintended pregnancies, sexually transmitted infections, cervical cancer, malnutrition, elder abuse, and these risks are worsened by gender-based violence. Approximately 1 in every 3 women globally have experienced some physical or sexual violence, which has led to both physical harm, long-term psychological effects, such as poor mental health. When you throw in harmful practices like FGM, early marriages, these all heighten risk factors, including maternal and infant mortality. So we can't talk about gender access to healthcare services and solutions without focusing on gender inequality. The last set of barriers are geographic. And I think Aya mentioned the distance to hospitals, the inability to reach hospitals on time. I know so many people who have died in Ghana because they are sitting in that taxi in traffic, they're bleeding, they are trying to get to the nearest maternity home, and they actually don't make it. So geographical and physical inaccessibility also provide barriers to care, and even the way health services are organized. You know, in Ghana, they can send you to the northern part of the town to go and get the lab, and go to the southern part to go and get the result, and go to the western part to see the doctor to read for you. At some point, you just leave everything, and you know what, I'm going to go home and have a cup of tea and try and fix this, and if there's some herbal tea that I can drink, because you're just tired. So the way services are organized, even geographically, can either facilitate or hinder a person's access to the care that they need. And this has posed a barrier to access to sufficient information, especially on sexual and reproductive health services. As we talk about solutions, and is the next slide, next couple of slides, we all need to think outside the box, because it cannot be business as usual. And intersectionality is a core principle that I think should continue being a guiding principle. So there are a number of dimensions when we talk about intersectionality. There's a gender equality dimension, and I've spoken about the SDG 3.8, SDG 5, which challenges us to confront and dismantle systemic barriers that limit women's opportunities and marginalize voices. It's important that we address the discrimination and violence women face it's just to get to hospital is such a violent, tiring process as a woman. And in ensuring access to healthcare, we need to promote women's leadership and address economic inclusion. But very importantly, and I think that was emphasized prior, we need to invest in reforming our healthcare systems and educational structures to reflect this commitment. I think the next dimension to intersectionality is the SDG 5. I've spoken to that, I'm going to skip that. But the next one is a human rights dimension. If we can't protect human rights, then we can't end HIV. That is something Michelle Warren said once. But it's never just about the illnesses or the need to get to a hospital. It's always about the people. So equitable access to healthcare cannot be just a goal on paper. It's a fundamental human right and the cornerstone of any prosperous, peaceful, sustainable society. So these barriers can never be addressed without considering them as human rights and without giving attention to them as human rights. Typically in our societies, the worst affected actually receive the least attention. And I'll tell you a joke. There's a gentleman who tried to commit suicide, and he climbed an electric pole, and somebody notified the provider, and the electricity was turned off, so he couldn't die. So when they dropped him, now they took him to the police station for trying to commit suicide, because suicide in our terms is actually considered a crime. And then when they left the police station, they brought him to the OPD, And there wasn't even a mental health department for somebody to talk to him. It just shows you that the worst affected people actually receive the least attention in terms of responses to healthcare. I think, so protection of human rights is key. We've always known this, that protection of human rights saves lives, protects the public, and provides for an effective response. I think the other level of intersectionality, and I'm going to run through this, is the inclusion dimension. We can't talk about intersectionality and addressing access to healthcare without addressing inclusivity. Women are underrepresented. They continue to face barriers when accessing healthcare. By championing inclusion, women can harness their full potential, leading to better decision-making. And we all have a personal responsibility to invest in forging a society free of stereotypes and that empowers women. The last couple is a sustainability dimension. Unless we build sustainable, resilient systems, it will be a 9-day wonder. We'll come, we'll enforce a few standards, and we'll go. We need to ensure that sustainable, resilient systems are built and that intersectionality is emphasized. I think the last one is the differentiated dimension. We need to deliver differently. So one of the models that I'm a big fan of is differentiated service delivery. We need the one-size-fits-all approach does not work anymore. We need differentiated models that are customized, that are based on uniqueness, that are tested and true, and they are delivered by people who understand those services and have walked those journeys. And I think the last one is male involvement. The perpetrators, it's so funny. We're always talking about how sugar daddies actually infect young people with HIV, but all our prevention programs actually target the young girls and not the sugar daddies. So the men who are perpetuating the patriarchal norms are never brought to the table. The male involvement dimension is a very critical intersectionality tool and platform that we need to champion. By including men in health education and the child health and family planning discussions, we'll be able to shift the gender dynamics and foster a shared responsibility in healthcare and caregiving. So what are the takeaways? I like mnemonics. Some key takeaways and some critical A words. Affordability, definitely. Affordability, I'm wrapping up. Availability, accessibility, acceptability, adaptability. Services have to be affordable. Services have to be available. So if I'm disabled and you deliver services without a ramp, it could even be free, but it's not available to me. Adaptability, appropriateness, and I think the last one is accountability. I'm not going to walk through these individual ones, but I want to focus on the accountability slide. And let's see. Healthcare activities should be affordable, accessible, and provided with quality and dignity, ensuring equity in health outcomes. But how do we hold ourselves accountable? We need to put people first. We need to optimize our investments. We need to prioritize value for money. We need to allow the women to lead, invest in capacity building across the board. But we need to prioritize the voices of those we serve, and they need to feel that we are holding ourselves accountable to them at the highest level. And I like it when Prof said there's a lot of ratification, but that's not translated to implementation. But accountability is what builds trust, and when we create trust, we achieve uptake in healthcare services. But it's doable and it's possible. Thank you. We need bold, brave, that's the last slide. And can we have the last slide? Bold, brave, courageous actions, right and targeted synergies, game-changing, community-owned, community-driven architecture, infrastructure, and strategic and accountable transformative actions that are sustainable, that are tried, that are tested, that we can hold on to, depend on, and rely on, and implement. We can do it with the women leading. We need to stay on track, and we need to get back on track and remain there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that very rich presentation. Like I said, the issues are very real. They are lived issues that we do experience. The barriers that you brought out in your presentation are very clear. and we can relate with them very easily. You said a lot, but the audience will have the opportunity to get back to you. Thank you. So we are taking the last presentation now from Ms. Judy Gitao of Equality Now, and it is on ensuring universal health coverage and addressing vulnerabilities, perspectives from the grassroots and emerging trends. So now I say you have 15 minutes. Sorry, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Between the mic coming from there to here 5 minutes ago, and good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair of our session. Ladies and gentlemen, my role is the simplest because I think the perspectives from the grassroots have already been highlighted. And so because I come from a legal advocacy background, allow me to break it down into 5 distinct units. First, I will speak to the right to health as enshrined in law. I will then speak to the progress as Africa that we've made with regards to the right to health. After which I will speak to the overall challenges and then see how then women in the grassroots are even more or disproportionately affected within these challenges. And then the only addition I make to this esteemed panel, I'll speak to the emerging trends, which hopefully will address some of the gaps or seek to address some of the gaps I will have spoken about. I hope despite the time and the time of day particularly, you'll be able to track the conversation with me. With regards to the right to health as defined in law, Matilda was telling us in the morning that it speaks to health as the economic, social, and cultural right to health. And it has explicitly 2 components. That is that we have a right to the best attainable health and that the states are obligated to make necessary measures in place to allow us to have these particular healths. And as Madam Ferguson has already highlighted, when we talk about health, we speak about its availability. We also speak to its accessibility. Accessibility speaking to affordability as well, acceptability and the quality of health. With regards to the legal frameworks, because when we do ask for the right to health, we are not begging. It is enshrined in law, beginning with the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, moving to the African Charter, and then moving to the Maputo Protocol, to the Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons, to the African Youth Charter, to the CRC, and indeed to the CRPD. And so it is found within our own instruments and can be claimed and enforced as such. Indeed, both the African Commission and Court have made clear the manner in which these rights need to be provided in our countries. And even as we speak to the challenges, we can see that our states perhaps are falling short to the clarity that has been provided both in statute and in practice. And just for clarity, other than the guidelines, the general comments, and the resolutions that have been passed by the various bodies, please allow me to direct our attention to 3 distinct decisions that have been made by the Commission that make it clear and tell us the frames within which our right to health should be viewed. Firstly, with regards to the case of Free Legal Assistance Group and others versus Zaire, the social determinants that were listed with regards to the rights to health include clean water, essential medicine, the environment pollution. And so these are essentials that when we interpret the right to health, that we must bear in mind. With regards to the Sarah case, additionally, we even speak to third parties. And so when you speak about private actors providing health, they too are provided for in this context. When you talk about the Purohit case, we talk about not only the access to health, but it also speaks to access to goods and services and how discrimination, as we've talked about it, is distinct with regards to provision of health. But also understanding when we talk about the right to health, it has to be interpreted within dignity, it has to be interpreted within violence, to be free from violence. It has to be interpreted within the context of harmful practices. It has to be interpreted within committing resources. That's Article 10H of the Maputo Protocol, committing resources. And so that we are not talking about, again, rights as a favor, but as a right as found or enshrined within the law. And so with all of that, what's been the progress as far as Africa is concerned, generally speaking? Believe it or not, with all the challenges we've had, it would seem that around 50 out of the 54 states are at various stages of implementing universal health coverage, with their agendas varying, and Seychelles and Mauritius being singled out as being most progressive in terms of how wide they provide, for example, primary health care, and how good their own policies are in this regard. With regards to the right-based approach that colleagues on the panel have already talked about, we talk about community involvement in the shaping and in the development of the service of health to our communities. And Rwanda has been singled out as one that indeed consults its community and uses a community-based health insurance scheme so that the responses and the priorities are co-created with the communities at large. And we could also say there's some momentum for strengthening health sovereignty. Indeed, we all are familiar with the Abuja Declaration, which provided that 15% of all national budgets of African states should be directed towards healthcare. And although this is an aspiration that, to be honest, hasn't been achieved, it is an aspiration nonetheless that we should be able to work towards if healthcare is a priority. With those broad progress reports, the challenges in achieving UHC overall, let me just highlight four before we narrow down to the grassroots woman and her perspective. Africa faces severe financing crisis as far as health is concerned. There's been a 70% drop between 2021 and 2025 in official development assistance with regards to health. And in as much as we want to say the government's responses to healthcare is independent, it is not. And so there is very little resources. And this year, with the withdrawal of USAID resources as well, we have to say that resources towards health have dropped. And if we consider this, when we're now discussing the vulnerable of the vulnerable, you'll be able to see how all the A's that we've highlighted and affordability completely fall short, because even the very resources that are being directed to healthcare as a whole has fallen short by 70%. Secondly, health systems are stretched by recurrent epidemics, climate change-related diseases, and so on and so forth. Just this, we do know, is it upwards of 31 people have died of Ebola in the DRC. And these epidemics are recurrent and recurring across the continent and bear heavily on the minuscule health budget that has already fallen short by 70%. There are issues with regards to counterfeited substandard pharmaceutical products. We know that with regards to malaria, and we also know that with regards to TB, and the resultant effect is, drug-resistant TB, et cetera, and the effects are on the health system. With regards to ethics, I can't overstate the lack of oversight with regards to biomedical research. And when we talk along about our independence and sovereignty states, there is no proper oversight, which further complicates. So where do the vulnerable, where do the grassroots women this list or scheme of things? Allow me just to highlight again, just quickly, 6 key areas, some of which have already been brought to the fore. Within those, they're further marginalized, as we've said, with regards to geographical barriers and transportation barriers. Vulnerable women, especially in rural areas, face significant difficulty due to long distances, health facilities, poor road infrastructure, and lack of reliable transportation, which exacerbate the already weakened healthcare systems. With regards to financial constraints, and as we've already been told, out-of-pocket costs, despite the existence of public-funded health systems, or shall I say private, because it's private entities that are supporting these, women often seek protection that is out of pocket, and they're the least resourced within the economy. The health systems themselves focus on primary health care, and we all know that the comorbidities and issues that are facing our generation fall beyond the primary health care bandwidth. And so what does that mean with regards to health of vulnerable women? With regards to social cultural barriers, let me not overstate the obvious. Where we have, you require permissions to access SRHR, et cetera, and so these barriers plague women. Political and governance, if we're going to have a candid conversation, when was healthcare a priority as far as our budgets are concerned, if ever? Will we ever reach the 15%? Or will we be competing with budgets with regards to defense, Ministry of Defense, and so on and so forth? The ever-constant issue of lack of information and awareness, the ever-constant issue of limited availability of services and equipment, whether that's ultrasound machinery or medicine in facilities, is one of those that face. I will fail if I don't highlight the impact of violence and discrimination, which too visits a heavy burden on an already burdened healthcare system. I will quickly skip to my value add to this conversation, because indeed we've heard about the challenges and the gaps. And that's with regards to the emerging trends, which I do believe provide an opportunity. And so again, allow me just to highlight 5 quick ones. First, it's the emergence of a gender-responsive universal healthcare. So the packages that are being rolled out are now including within it not just SRH, but response to GBV. And so that begins to present hope in terms of the packages that are being available to the communities. And they recognize that women's physical, mental, and social health needs differ significantly from men's and are also making an appearance within the schemes that are coming forward. The second emerging trend speaks to gender transformative health systems. Here's where, alongside the healthcare services, we're beginning to see addressing of social norms within such a package. What I mean by this is where we find that the healthcare systems begin to target male engagement and change in attitude and change in behavior and change in HIV and testing, et cetera, and in this way, having a 2-for-1 and beginning to engage the community in changing norms. We're beginning to see as a trend empowerment of community healthcare worker systems, which provides a bridge, if you like, between the formal healthcare systems and the communities, and preempting some of the ailments that would have burdened the system at a later date. In terms of technology and innovations, I'm particularly excited about this because someone from the audience has talked about AI and so on and so forth. We're seeing advancements in telemedicine, personalized wellness programs, and digital health technologies. I come from Kenya, the land of M-Pesa, and now we have M-Tiba. And this means that with the mobile penetration and every woman in her local village having some form of phone, in this way she can be platformed into an online healthcare system that monitors her health, that allows her to fill in details and puts her onto a scheme. And whilst majority of these platforms are now privately rolled out, there is hope because it shows an opportunity for states, when we eventually get to the 15%, to put us all into some technologically advanced platform. We also talk about social, economic, and policy support. Trends are highlighting the fact that there's importance of flexible work environments and economic empowerment for women to improve their ability to seek and afford healthcare. Believe it or not, care work is making it on the table in terms of discussion. And what that means is free up time for women to be able to, in privacy, access health when and how they need it. My last slide, believe it or not, was illustrative. As I see the chair, give me the eye, the side eye. So I will only give quick examples, which is we've seen gender transformative healthcare systems in Tanzania, one referred to as GREAT, which is changing norms. We've seen in Cote d'Ivoire, U-Test with regards to HIV. South Africa has a peer mentor system for teenagers, and Rwanda has a Bandebereho, that's for men to be able to understand SRH and care. Kenya is speaking about the empowerment of community health worker system, and so the health workers are now being enrolled onto the platform. Technology, I've talked about TIBA, I'm very proud of that. And we've also got social, economic, and policy support trends. And with that, I hope I've left us with a sense of hope, and not just speaking about the dilapidated systems and the gap, but showing us that even the grassroots woman can meet AI and use it to support her healthcare. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Indeed, you have left us with a lot of hopes from some of the emerging trends, from a background which says that 50 out of 54 countries in Africa are already implementing a healthcare program. Of course, that raises issues of affordability, issues of accessibility, issues of transport were brought out by both the last two speakers, and other logistical challenges. But one of the common areas agreed on was, driving towards a human rights-based approach on consultation and community involvement and all of that to be able to address some of these problems. Thank you very much. Our time is far gone. We have, unfortunately, 10 minutes for your comments and your questions. Are you good? Okay, so you're handling that? I don't think that. Okay, yeah, so on the order, I saw the hands up. We begin from ACPF, then Madam Sido, Vice Chair of Sido, Professor, and I thought we would come back to the committee, to the commission later, like we did the other time, please. Yeah. Okay, Madam Commissioner first. Sorry, then ACPF, CEDAW, Madam Professor, and the last person there. Okay, we have 5 people coming back with comments. Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is better. Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor, and thank you for reversing the order, because I want to take the floor to congratulate the 3 speakers for excellent presentations. We are we feel very safe in your hands because you know what you're talking about, and we're very encouraged. Yvonne did not even mention that she's a member of our working committee on the protection of people living with HIV and AIDS, and the thrilling work that she is doing for us in the committee. Chair, I took the floor to encourage us because the issue of maternal mortality, before we went to ICPD, the International Conference for Population and Development in 1994, African women made a statement because maternal mortality in the continent was over 500,000 compared to the rest of the world. We know what it has taken to bring down maternal mortality in the continent, although it is still very high. But allow me to say something about peace and security. That's why I'm taking the floor. Earlier on, one of the speakers mentioned how Sudan has been affected, the health systems have been, the education system has been affected by war. I think this applies to health as well. And conflict in Africa has been a major barrier to service delivery, not just for health, education, and all the destruction But allow me to say that geopolitics has also played a role. And I want to give you an example. In 2007, Libya had the lowest maternal mortality in Africa, 14 women per 100,000. And it was so good that it had beaten Europe, United States. And so when war happened in Libya, today we know that Libya has suffered. Maternal mortality in Libya has gone up. And so we have to be very awake when we discuss these issues, because we cannot play a catch-up game all our lives. Something has to change, and I'm just taking the floor to say that we must be able to face the elephant in the room. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the panelists. That was a very enriching conversation. I just want to share maybe 2 or 3 observations that we have on the committee. Again, as I mentioned, we have a 360 view of many African countries, and one thing that relates to quality healthcare is the aspect of the need to talk about the quality of medicine. When you look at many markets or healthcare situations, the medication can be substandard and falsified. I'll give an example. Recently, there was so many countries issued warnings on the Plan B, Postino. There was a lot of fake Postino going on. So you imagine how many women and girls were subjected to unplanned pregnancies because of the Postino, or even unwanted abortion, unplanned abortions because of having falsified or substandard Postino. Then the second aspect is in relation to generic stereotypes that we did talk about that women face in healthcare. I would like to mention that the CEDAW committee is coming up with General Recommendation 41, which is on stereotypes, gender stereotypes. And gender stereotypes does touch on all aspects when you go to healthcare, on access to affordability, everything. So I'd like to implore that if you're interested, please do provide comments to the CEDAW committee in relation to stereotypes in the healthcare system. And I think, lastly, is something that's very critical that I think, because we're talking about healthcare, we need to, because there's lots of lack of information so much and lots of conversation, no conversation on the aspect of non-communicable diseases. When you look at how women and girls in Africa are suffering from NCDs, and yet when you're addressing member states, there's very limited information or data that they have. I think it's something that we need to put our attention to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I join others in commending the panelists. Mine is by way of a question. Strike by healthcare practitioners has become common in many countries, at least in my country, which is something during my younger days we didn't used to hear of, because healthcare is regarded as an essential services. Okay, and when there is strike, women die in the hospital, men die in the hospital. In fact, I know someone in my country that whenever he falls sick, whatever the nature of the sickness, he just go to the pharmacy and buy paracetamol. That's the only medication he takes, because he cannot afford the services in the public or private hospitals, and he may even get there and the facilities are not working. So what is your take on this problem? And then we also have, I do not have the statistics on the brain drain, but just like we have in education, there's likelihood that there are more African medical practitioners outside of Africa than in Africa. I don't have the statistics, but it's a major crisis. How do we reverse it? I know you might be speaking to the wrong audience, but I would like to have your take on this. Then thirdly and finally, and this is to Mrs. Ferguson. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. You talk about differentiated model. My late mother told me that I was not born in a hospital. I was born in an indigenous maternity home. And many Africans still resort to indigenous maternity home, which we seem to be discouraging, But whether we discourage it or not, several African women and men will still direct their wives to indigenous maternal homes. How do we encourage them and empower them to perform better so that we can leverage the indigenous system, at least to add more value and that takes me to the next question, which is related, which has to do with herbal medicine. What is the role of herbal medicine, and what's the percentage of herbal medicine in the medical delivery system or medical practice generally in Africa? And how do we encourage herbal, because we are speaking of indigenous solutions to Africa's medical challenges. A number of all this orthodox medicine and all of that, people are dying in the hospital because they can't afford it, people cannot afford the services. How do we indigenize our medical practice and herbal medicine? I would like to have your take on any of these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all the panelists for sharing their insights on the right to health. So I've been listening attentively since morning. There was a session on SRHR, and now we're talking about health. My question is, where does menstrual health dignity fit in? And I link this with the issue of socio-economic rights for girls, particularly schools. They drop out of school, they miss school, and how this intersects with extractives in the sense that, water becomes ever so more important. Water sources are often polluted. And I would like to get your insights on how do we as a continent start focusing on menstrual health and dignity, particularly for girls, because I think Madam Judith earlier on spoke about a girl who drops out of school will not in a few years later find herself getting ahead. So I think issues around mental health, menstrual health dignity is a practical blind spot, or it's something that we need to focus on in the continent so that we don't leave anyone behind, particularly our girls.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Ferguson, for your presentation. I think I also believe the fact that leadership and accountability are inextricably linked. In essence, we can't give people leadership position without demanding accountability. If we go to bed, of course, the result is what we are seeing. So, therefore, I think it's been over 24 years since the Abuja Declaration, and most of the countries are unable to fulfill the 50% budget allocated for health. So I'm asking precisely to AU, what are the accountability mechanisms and structures put in place to demand accountability from head of state, and then to us as individuals as well? What are we doing as individuals to hold our head of state accountable to make sure that they comply with this Abuja Declaration? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Chipom Shotankata from the University of Zambia. I just want to speak a bit about the solutions. And again, I'll join everyone in saying thank you so much for those well thought through and researched presentations. My comment has to do with the lack of modeling of solutions for the different problems that we have on the African continent. What do you think our research investment must be in that particular space in identifying things that work? I'd like to believe some of the challenges that we have emanate from the fact that, with all the beautiful treaties, general comments, and whatever other standards have been laid down, we've really not spent time looking to identifying solutions that actually work and replicating. And thank you so much, Judy, for the examples that you've given of what's going on. But I think the research component really has been missing in our responses, because there could be a lot of neglect to fulfilling the rights to health, mostly because people just don't know what to do. How do we translate all those beautiful standards that are on paper into real solutions for people on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interventions. They are general in a sense, apart from the question on accountability pertaining to the Abuja Declaration that was specifically addressed to Aya. Any of the panelists could speak to any of the issues. And we have all of 5 minutes to do that, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the participant for the question on how to hold states accountable to ensure that overall they adequately finance healthcare and other public services. Actually, that's the bottom line. We can start by using human rights mechanisms, actually. You know, the African human rights system has said a lot about financing of public services or social services. We have the African Charter, we have interpretative soft law instruments that explicit a state's obligation to progressively finance and deliver quality public services. And when states are being reviewed by our human rights monitoring bodies, such as the African Commission, the committee, I think that's the opportunity for us to bring to the table the issue saying that financing public services is not just a political decision, it's a human rights obligation stated in international human rights law. And that's how we can start from a human rights perspective to start to hold states accountable. Also, we can engage with other stakeholders, our policymakers at the local level, other CSOs, and even schools. I always say that these kind of conversations should not be limited to the confine of beautiful conference rooms, but schools where students can also interrogate states' human rights obligation to finance quality public services. I also want to use the opportunity to respond to Prof's question about strike by healthcare professionals, because it's actually hits close to home. I think I said earlier in my presentation that our countries are faced with austerity policies. And if we remember from the introduction of structural adjustment program, the very first group of people who were affected by public spending cuts were public sector workers like nurses and teachers, etc. And from that moment, they stopped receiving adequate salaries. They stopped working in good conditions, and that's what fueled the continuous strikes that we see nowadays. And that also explains why we have this Jacques syndrome, the brain drain of our skilled workers towards other jurisdictions that value their work and give them adequate pay. And I believe it is important, again, it boils down to financing. It is important to sustainably and adequately finance our public services, pay those workers the salary that they deserve for them to stay in our countries, otherwise they will just leave. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. I'm going to try and offer some reflections on them. You know, when I worked in the education sector, I always used to say schools have to be a place where teachers want to be and students also want to be. And it's the same thing with hospitals and healthcare systems. So you see a lot of strikes. Actually, in Ghana in June, July, nurses went on strikes because of very poor work conditions. The hospitals are in such disrepair. The patients don't want to be there, and the nurses don't want to be there as well. But I think it all boils down to being intentional with our dedicated budgets for strengthening healthcare systems. Because there's a lot of money coming into the country, and I don't think the problem is money. The problem is efficiency. The problem is optimizing resources. The problem is efficient resource allocation. So government, nurses have been able to argue with government and negotiate for better working conditions, which has helped them. So I think the conversation needs to continue and the advocacy needs to continue. But like I said, it has to be, we need to keep on a sustainability lens so that we're not just troubleshooting, but we have a sustainable, resilient, systemic approach to ensure that people are interested in being retained. The brain drain in Ghana is amazing. I mean, the number of nurses that leave every month for the Bahamas, for the UK, for the US, it's really very worrying. So I think dedicated investments in healthcare and ensuring that staff have good working systems. The second thing is the traditional birth attendants. Thank you very much for drawing our attention to them. So in Ghana now, they are registered and they are offered training and they are provided with supplies and surgical tools that are not easily contaminated, and they are taught about universal precaution, you know, because by the time that mother gets to the hospital, she might as well go to the nearest TBA because it's safer. So they've become allied healthcare workers, especially in Ghana. And there's a lot of training and empowerment that goes to them. So we ensure that, I grew up in a maternity home. My mother was a midwife, so I'm used to the sort of the other complementary maternity services that women can access. I think the third question was on herbal medication. Many of us have used Herbalife drugs because they are FDA approved and they are regulated and they have been tested and they've achieved, you know, they have gone through screening to ensure that they are good for us. Unfortunately, in the black markets for herbal products, that regulation is not always guaranteed. And I work in the HIV sector. There's some herbal medicine that is being touted as the blood of Jesus that is supposed to heal people from HIV. So I think the risk we face in parading herbal medicine is the lack of accurate information and safety, the challenges we have in assuring safety and assuring quality. But there are some herbal manufacturing firms that are actually working very closely with the pharmaceutical companies, and they actually have referral systems back and forth. So I think if the regulatory bodies are able to regulate them, herbal medication will definitely provide a way out for us. And I think I would like to offer those reflections. Thank you.
Thank you. My sister from Zambia, I think, let me start where I stopped. It rises and falls with the law. And so when you talk about models, the laws, the conventions that we're talking about, the guidelines, the resolutions actually set the standards and provide clarity as to what our states need to do with regards to all the different rights. The four distinct illustrations, for example, that I talk about, for example, the legal assistance, the free legal assistance group versus Zaire case, clearly explained, for example, that the right to health is not the right to health without some social determinants. I mean, you cannot have the right to health if you do not have clean water. You cannot have the right to health if you do not have essential medicine or an environment that is free from pollution and so on and so forth. And so it makes it abundantly clear. And then in addition, it provides the interpretation of that right, joining it to the right to dignity. So even when you're talking about menstrual health, you have your right to dignity, and so that needs to be provided. Or, you know, not to be discriminated against in order to access your right. And so the truth is, if we look at the conventions, and then we look at what the Commission, for example, has provided in terms of how these conventions need to be applied within the country, we also look at what it provides in terms of how much resources need to be put in terms of, for example, even healthcare workers, how much money is supposed to be put into that budget with regards to health. then the issues we are discussing will not be discussed, because the convention sets the standard, but then we have the various enforcement bodies or mechanisms interpreting for exactly how it's supposed to manifest in our context. And so each one of us can then pick that up and domesticate it to our own various contexts with clarity and making sure to meet the particular standards and reporting year on year on how much we progress towards it. And so I think it begins and ends with the law as a right, and then we all work towards it with our various ways towards it. Thank you.
I just wanted to have a couple of reflections on the menstrual health. I think one of the things that has come out very clearly is the importance of partnerships. So to ensure that girls stay in school and they don't drop out of school because of the burden of providing sanitary towels, schools will have to have partnerships with, civil society organizations, with philanthropic organizations that can provide students with menstrual pads. The other thing that we have done is to also invest in low-cost, no-cost methodologies. So there's a reusable pad that children in school are provided to address some of those menstrual health issues. And I think the third one is really an awareness campaign and education campaign, normalizing menstruation and not focusing entirely on the burden of menstruation on young girls. The last point is on the implementation science. I think somebody on the corner. And it's about intentionality. We always do M&E at the end, not at the beginning. But if we're going to be successful in our implementation science, in our evaluation and our monitoring, it needs to be at the beginning, included in our project frameworks and in our charters and our statutes, with clear guidelines and timelines. So I think one of the gaps we have seen is a lack of investment in implementation science and a lack of attention and intentionality in, investing in researchers and also hosting best practices and lesson-learned forums. Because sometimes you need to stop implementation and take stock and continue again. So that might be one of my own recommendations. Ensure that whatever we're doing, we make room for collating what is working, what is not working, the best practices, the lessons, and what implementation science is telling us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses. You will agree with me that I have hosted a panel of very intelligent women who are on top of the issues in their areas. Can we give them a clap? Thank you so much. I must not go away without sharing my experience, which is similar to that by Yvonne, who did not really receive attention when she was sick. Yeah, so I woke up on one day with a big boil on my back, and immediately it came with pain. And I went to a hospital, and we used about 10 days running tests on this boil, one test after the other. Some days there was no one to really attend to it. Well, on the 11th day, the boil decided to burst on its own. And so I walked away from the hospital. I didn't need it anymore. If this could happen to Yvonne and could happen to me, so you can imagine what happens to that woman from the rural communities who's inhibited by illiteracy, by lack of information and all. But that is why we are here, and that is why the panel was able to proffer some solutions going forward. Thank you very much.
Je pense que les applaudissements ne sont pas à la hauteur de la qualité de ce panel. Merci bien. Pendant que la modératrice et les panélistes font la photo de famille, je pense, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que la journée va s'arrêter aujourd'hui. Le dernier panel ou la dernière séance a été annulée par les organisateurs, sûrement parce que toutes les questions en cause ont été couvertes par les travaux de ce matin. Donc, merci à vous d'être restés. Le thé est servi dans le couloir. Faisons l'effort d'être à l'heure demain. C'est la dernière journée pour ne pas qu'on ait des retards. Et aussi, les panélistes de demain sont certains que le niveau de la barre a été mis très haut, de telle sorte qu'ils doivent venir bien préparés parce que les de grande qualité. Je vous remercie. Bonne nuit, bonne soirée. Et moi, ce que la représentante du ministère ghanéen a dit ici, prenez plaisir à aller goûter les bons repas de la ville d'Accra. Merci, bonne soirée.
N'arrive pas à joindre l'expertise. Non, c'est pas Amnesty.
Should I look at it? Okay. I'm smiling.
So, thank you.